Alright, we appear to be live. Yeah.
What can I do
Just
for you?
welcome to the Highlands, soldier. You're here just in time. The Horde just launched an assault from the air. Alright.
For the Alliance.
Let's do something about it. Let's kill those Horde scum. Death to the Horde. Death to the Alliance. Death to the Horde. Death to everything. Death to everyone. Death, 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 death. Are we sure we're not like a death knight or so? Oh. Yeah, can't you picture the voice, Norlix? Won't someone please? I can't do the woman's voice, but you know, please think of the children.
You need something?
That's more like it. We should be able to mop this up from here.
Have a good one.
All right.
What now then?
Ugh, we got to jump right in the action. Looks a high bank on what you call a Zeppelin problem. That airship's pounding the crap out of the walls. Listen to me, I got an idea so stupid it's genius. I just need some cannon powder.
Go on then. I'll be right here.
Okay. Seriously, Darker. He's just over there like, yes. In fact, in case you guys thought we were joking, if you weren't paying attention, while Cho'Gall was perceiving that the Horde and the Alliance were attacking each other, he said, in an amused tone, fools. The Alliance, I forget the exact word, it was like, Alliance and Horde spill each other's blood. Fools. He actually is legitimately amused as we're killing each other on his doorstep. Which I like, because I would have loved to hear the Lich King say, why are they killing each other on my doorstep? I don't understand. I mean, maybe they're secretly on my side. I have more recruits than I thought. Kemek, if you want to talk about Dragon Age 2, go for it, buddy. You have my formal permission. Also, I have an entire marathon up about it, so I'm not going to add my thoughts, because my thoughts are over there. In video format. Also, congratulations, Bregan. Maybe. Preemptory, I suppose, congratulations. And congratulations on the other thing, too. You know, the other thing? I don't know. So yeah, as you can see, this is happening pretty much on the heels of the Horde attack over here. This place is already being, you know, the Zeppelin's still zooming around here. This place is just now being not on fire. So basically the Horde attack that we did over here, which I remind you is like the 15th quest in the zone, not counting the stuff in Ashara, happened before we even stepped foot here as the Alliance. Shrug. Clearly the Horde is superior. I mean, obviously, right? Excuse me.
Scrap the plan. Just blow something up.
He really is a goblin. I need more powder. Give me more powder. That'll do it. He stuffed some of the powder in his mouth. Oh, fresh. Heady. Redred's great fine grain with a hint of Westfall sulfur and a mild aftertaste. Highbank gets the good stuff. Looky here, Xylom. Flintlock, if we have a giant cannon, why don't we just shoot a cannonball? Bah, predictable. They'll see it coming. Yeah, the Doc is here too, by the way. Doc Schweitzer. But once old Xylom blasts through that bulkhead in us, all hail, a splinter of blood and phlegm, then starts crawling across the deck with both legs broken. Oh, they'll not see that coming by a sweet mile. Looky here, Xylom. I found the biggest gun in Highbank. We're gonna try a technique handed down by me Poppy, to his Poppy, shortly before they all got blowed up. It's called the Death Knight shot. You take a Worgen Death Knight, load him into a gigantic cannon, and then, oh, relax, this usually works. Take the explosives and wait here. As soon as the blimpy comes around, I'll blast you onto the deck.
Okay, get out with it.
Okay, I'll just chill for a second. The Worgen are part of the Alliance because the Night Elves basically bullied Varian into allowing them entry. Even though the Gilneans are bastards. That's the summary. Terabyte. Why would that be weird, Chandra? The book and the movie are completely different. Let's just go and start with that, Carlos. Also, the movie is terrible. I want to stress this. The movie is terrible. But the ideas of the movie are really good and terrifying and... Whoa! Hi. Oh, crap! Death to the goblins and to the horde! Death to the horde! Alright, let's place that there. Now what do? Oh, God! Well, I mean, Worgans are just humans who have control over their different forms, so...
Oh, aye.
Oh, Xylem, that were beautiful. And you get the chuck shooter. This weapon has clearly never been cleaned. Ever. Looks like the attack stopped, which is a shame. We never got to use the Death Knight rocket. Anyways, Curtin Wildhammer's up the top of the keep. She'll be wanting to give you a hail welcome.
Go on then. I'll be right here.
So yeah, the Horde attack, then the Alliance fight back, and now we're caught up. Ah! Villages of dragons would be awesome! Villages of different colors of dragons would be even more awesome. The only thing it needs is infinite dragons. Then we'll have true power. True mastery of the elements. But yeah, Worgen are... Here, let me demonstrate. See, I'm actually a human, as you can see here, Terra. I just happen to have this curse, which is that. So it's Curtin. You may or may not recognize him from Outland, and also being awesome. This is after he gave up his seat of the Council of the Three Hammers, by the way.
We must unite the Wildhammer clans.
The king himself sent you. Good to hear that Stormund's secure. I was expecting more in the way of troops, but where is it the Alliance fleet was ambushed by the Horde on the way here? They gave as good as they got, but the fleet's in shambles. Yeah, thanks, Garrosh. If we're to make any forward progress, we're gonna need the help of heroes like you. The situation here in the Highlands changes by the minute. Our objective's to storm the Bastion at Twilight, but I can't even secure a landing zone without the blasted Horde creating trouble. Well, let's scrape together on the reins of the fleet. I need men on the shore securing the beachfront. I can go do that. Yeah, I agree. The Alliance would be the aggressors if the Horde weren't. But that doesn't excuse what Garrosh did, because Garrosh is an idiot.
What can I do for you?
The fleet was mostly intact as it limped into harbor after our engagement with the Horde. We weighed anchor in the shadow of Highbrink to regroup. Then the Naga came. Scaly, glistened hands clambered up the anchor chains, dragging men screaming into the depths. These are cursed shores, Xylem. Cursed. Between the Horde and the Naga, our fleet has been decimated. We can't do anything to bring back the men who gave their lives to the sea. But sink me if I'll ever allow our supplies to be lost.
See you later.
They came slithering up from the depths. The Naga. I think their intention was to reinforce the Bastion of Twilight, probably by heading inland via the river. We can't let that happen. Teach them that these shores are ours now. This is true land. I mean, human, dwarven, whatever. This is our land now. Blah, blah, blah. Death to the Horde. I mean, the Naga. I get so confused, you know. Into the depths. I do think it's interesting that basically all of the disparate forces of the new Black Empire are centered here. The Shadow Forge have a presence here, not much, but some. Of course, the Naraki are here, and naturally the Naga obviously, as I'm fighting them right now, are here. The elements are here, the enslaved elements, the actual members of the Twilight's Hammer cult. Cho'Gall himself is here. This is where the Black Dragons roost. This is where the Twilight Dragons are being created. Yeah. This is the center of power for the new Black Empire. Wait a minute, Bragwin. Is there sand on my boots? Sorry. Couldn't resist. I get why they use Deathwing. Really, I do. But I actually agree with you. Thematically, Cho'Gall was more the end boss than Deathwing was. Although there are some significantly good things they did with Deathwing, I will admit. Actually, Cheyander, that's very easy to explain. Like, really, it is. The Worgen are immune to Sylvanas and her extremely weak, pathetic method of raising people into undead, which is why she is only capable of raising humans and elves. The Lich King can raise literally anything into undeath, and the Death Knight was one that was created into a Death Knight by the Lich King. So that's it. That's the whole explanation. That's why, like I said, it's pretty simple. I think I'll save some of my Dragon Soul thoughts for later, though, when we actually do it.
Hey there.
How many were you able to recover? Oh, look at all this! You were able to recover more than I thought. We can outfit a whole squad with this.
See you around.
That'll send them packing. Cho'Gall won't be able to count on the Naga to back him up in this fight. From here on out, it's just us versus the Hammer. And the Horde.
Have a good one.
Can we just... not... you know... oh, whatever. As a Death Knight, technically yes, Snorlax, that is true. What, Nicholas? You know what, I'm not even sure what I'm... You know, from the Lich King and the Salvation of Arthas, which was the end of Wrath, actually, let's rewind a bit. In BC, we had the Great Kil'jaeden Cinematic. You know what, I'll talk about it when we get to Dragon Soul.
Need help?
Keep your head down before you lose it. This is my beach. The Horde wants my beach. They will not have my beach. Is the beach situation clear?
Life bless you.
You will own this peninsula, Death Knight. You will be a weapon. You'll be a minister of death praying for war. It's them or us. Only one of us can command this beach. That's not really true. North of here, you'll find a small hill with a commanding view of the shoreline. Whoever controls that will have the upper hand in the battle below.
Go with honor, friend.
The Horde's axe-bite marines are all up in my precious, precious beach. Kill them! Kill them! Kill them!
What now, then?
Our tanks have to pull back, and that means repairs on the field. Smash up some of the diamond-blasted shredders those wee monsters are using to fill the trees, and bring me a heap of leftover shredder parts. We'll bang something together to get our tanks moving again.
Keep your powder dry and your ale cold.
I like his quote here. More artillery! More artillery! I never liked peninsulas. What's my... oh, right. Frost. You know, one of these days I'm just going to make the shift to Unholy and be done with it. No. I should remain a slave to your whims. Holy crap! I just survived an artillery hit. That's actually kind of impressive. I'm even more badass than I thought. For the Alliance. Death to the Horde. Damn it, come on. I like, by the way, how these are abused shredder parts. A heap of burning, mangled, crunched-up machinery. We'll certainly make a working tank out of this stuff. Oh, by the way, anyone who hasn't watched Flintlock's Guide to the Horde, or the Alliance, the Flintlock comic should totally do that, assuming it's still up and available. It might not be at this point. I actually made it a long-term effort to locally archive it, just so it wouldn't be lost to the annals of history. Just to the herd. Oh, till we trigger death to the horde. Man, makeup's dumb anyways, Bragon. We all know this. I'm kidding. I speak derogatorily. I don't enjoy makeup. There's the true statement. I never have, and never will. Well, Cheandra, we do know for a fact that humans and gnomes coupling is a thing in lore. We also know human and elves are a thing in lore. We also know orcs and Draenei, who I remind you are from different planets, are a thing. So, make of that what you will. I'm pretty sure everyone can breed with everyone. Metal Gear! Metal Gear! Metal Gear! Wait, I'm sorry, I should say that in true Metal Gear fashion. Destroying Metal Gears?
Light be with you.
That's the lay of the land, soldier. If you're having trouble fighting on the Choach, you might consider pitching in and help us take that hill. You want to take the hill?
For the Alliance.
Dead by a dozen? Yeah, it's a start. It's a start? While you're out fighting on the coast, I spotted a griffin tumble on the clouds west of here. Wasn't one of ours. Likely it's probably one of the Wildhammer. I know Curtin wanted to establish contact with the Lost Clans as one of his primary objectives after taking the beach. I can't spare any of my men, but you can. Find that downed Warhammer. Do I have to? Hey, undead. Heating pad. Backs. Officially getting too much. Oh! Oh! Come on. I'm just gonna crank that up like right now. Do not feel like dealing with that at the moment. Oh! Alright.
Be careful.
Scrap the plan! Just
What?
blow something up!
Oh, that's the stuff. A good engineer can make anything out of anything. Here's the doojicker. Recouple a busted cylinder casing. Oh, and who doesn't want a dongle? You can fashion this jobby into a thingy. He sticks one of the grease-smeared engine parts into his mouth. Yep, perfect. One by one, we're gonna have to pull our siege tanks out of the muck. Take these spare tarts, collect them, and give them to a siege commander who's standing on top of a gimped-up machine.
Go on then. I'll be right here.
Lead-faced. Hey.
Here there.
She is hung up in the debris. I've lost steam pressure. This terrain is murder.
Be good.
Protect the tank while the boys make repairs. I'll get that moving again. Yeah, so in case you're curious, they're literally stuck in the mud. That's literally a thing here. I could see that undead, but I don't think it'll happen. If I was in charge of the story, it might happen. Oh, that is absolutely the best kind, Guido. Absolutely. Come on. You can do it. Come on. Get out of the mud. I'm sure some of us has been here at this point in our lives with a car, haven't we? Trying to get it out of some mud or out of some snow or anything, really.
Out with it!
Rocks, stumps, and hills and mud. Bah! I hate nature. Yep, one more tank limping back home for repairs. All these trees and stumps and mud and rock. You couldn't drive a golf ball in this turf, much less a tank. We're gonna need a new approach.
Okay, get.
Yep, it's called Griffins. Gryffindors. And hi, I'm from Ravenclaw. Did I mention Gryffindor's also amazing?
What's on your mind?
Ah, dang crap it all. You're just an Alliance Death Knight. I was hoping for a rescue. Let me just get my sword ready here. Look here, mate. She's on her last legs. If me bird dies, I'm as good as worthless. So make yourself useful. Here on the peninsula, you can dig up a thorny stank roots. Oh, the smell will knock you on your patoot, but steeped in water, it'll boil up into a right good cure-all. Gather me some while I defend me bird, and hurry! You Alliance wanks don't have a reputation for timely intervention, right?
Off with you.
Yeah, you Alliance wanks, by the way. That's pretty much the Wildhammer opinion of the Alliance. Excuse me, I really should clarify that. This group of Wildhammer's opinion. Remember, the Wildhammer are not actually a unified force. These are some of the disparate Wildhammer clans. I've actually been told, and I'm not sure how to take this, in real life, that some people think I would actually be Slytherin. You know, not the we're always evil Slytherin, just Slytherin as it's presented. Ambitious, cunning, blah blah blah. I'm not sure I agree with that though, even ignoring the obvious evil connotations. No, I'd be Hufflepuff. Hey, the game said it, not me, Toby. And yes, I know that. But that is kind of what the... Okay, the American version of that is what they think of the Alliance. They don't think of it as the British version. Certainly not, Chandra.
Talk to me.
Did you get me roots, Death Knight? Well? Oh, that's the stuff, alright. Hope you didn't need any. Gives you cramps, something awful. Does wonders for birds. Aye, look, I think she's perking up already. Okay, Mr. Alliance Fancy Pants Death Knight. Is that your base I see on the shore? High bank, you say. Can me bird hunker down there till she's better? Hop on, we'll make it back there
What's
together.
your back?
Okay.
Interest you on a pint?
Whoa, crap. You know, I'm like 3 times your size overall. Wanker, it's just a very, very minor insult. Like someone who is unpleasant. You know, like you're a not pleasant guy. It's like below bastard on the scale of severity. So, can your griffin go any faster? Would you like me to carry your griffin? That might be faster. Up your Alliance are here to give them Dragonmaw orcs a good thumping. Listen, I have a frost dragon that I could carry your griffin on because my wings are as big as your griffin. Let's go! Damn it. Yes, I know, Chandra. Yeah, doofus. That's the equivalent, the American equivalent right there. It's a, like I said, it's really low on the scale over here. I know it isn't over there. I just shrug. I ain't saying nothing now. I'm inventing a new cuss word right now. And it will be used by geeks the world over henceforth. Frel. Who's with me? Oh, you've got quite the setup here, friend. Come with me while I find out who's in charge. This is going to be funny. Stuff me haggis! Kurdrin Wildhammer in the flesh! Aye, friend, how fare the Wildhammer clans? We've much to discuss.
I am Kurdrin, High Thane of the Wildhammer clan.
Oh, well done, Xylem. In that downed Gryffindor has given our first contact with the old Wildhammer clans. We'll be able to find out who's still left, and in what numbers. Our campaign's looking up. Our friends in the Earthen Ring have been trying to open portals back to Stormwind with no luck, but Thorogin here tells me he just might have the key. Something about crazy water elementals in the nearby river delta that have been sent into a frenzy. He says we can channel their energy into a portal. I don't understand all this elemental claptrap, but I understand one thing. Killing elementals and taking their will pill close. Kill them!
How are you?
Are ya going by way of the river delta? I've got a tip that'll help your men here, and me bird. When the water elementals carve their way through rock, they create a peculiar kind of muck. It dries hard as stone, but carries with it the rejuvenating power of the water. You can make a cast out of that muck, and broken bones will melt like iron.
Off with you.
I haven't decided 100% yet, Shyandra, and that's the truthful reasoning behind, or answer behind that. I like this, by the way. So the Horde, you notice they're already in fortress form here, because their quest happened before our quest. The Horde over there, they wanted the water muck in order to use it as a construction material. The Alliance wanted it for healing properties. Oh god, that would be terrifying, undead. No, I do not, Duke Duel. I am hopeful the movie will be good, but the trailers so far have been incredibly formulaic. But then again, as I've said before, I've kind of gotten to the point where I'm stopping judging movies based on just trailers, because I think trailers are obsolete. I think trailers shouldn't exist anymore. I mean that sincerely, by the way. I think trailers are an outdated concept for a different time of movie marketing. And I think they serve no purpose in the modern era, and in fact make things actively worse. Depends on how successful it is, undead. God damn it. Oh, God. You know what I like? Being in pain all the time. Who's with me? So, has anyone not voted yet on our thing? Because once we finish a few more quests, and by a few more I mean about 20 or so more quests on the Alliance, we will be at the point where we will be cutting that off, and then we will be moving forward through the rest of the Twilight Highlands. We might not finish Cata today. Depends on a few things, which I have not heard back about yet. So, yay. There is Kay. You can even see it on my stream if you have eyes to see and ears to hear.
Open your heart to the light.
Ah, hello, Death Knight. Cordrin tells me of a solution to getting this portal open. My word, Xylem, these elemental energies are so powerful, so chaotic. No wonder the Twilight's hammer has chosen to build their stronghold here. I should channel these energies into something more benign and productive.
Remain vigilant.
By wind and wave, earth and fire, to Stormwind we go. What's this I keep hearing about the muck of the river? Oh, mud. You brought me mud. Oh, this stuff oozes with power. I see what Thornton was saying now. I'll distribute this to the other healers. Our wounds will be on their feet in no time.
Dionysaka.
My fellow shaman and I will stay here to keep the portal open. You should go and notify Curdin that the work here is done.
Seek the path of the light.
It depends on what they do with the gameplay system, Nicolas. That's really what that boils down to.
Together, we will storm the Highlands!
Oh, I knew you were a Death Knight I could count on. Use the portal anytime you need to get back to Stormwind. Now then, time for business. We need to locate and unite the lost Wildhammer clans and locate it around the Highlands. Talking with Thornton here is a good start. Given our level, it does not matter, okay?
You got my attention.
I was on my way to join Firebeard's patrol when the Baird was shut down. Twilight's hammer launched surprise attacks all over the Highlands. Sometimes their buildings crawled right out of the earth in the middle of our villages. It was a nightmare. In the chaos, Firebeard is the one who kept his head on straight. He's trying to piece together a full griffin wing from the survivors.
Very good.
And of course, when we say wing, we don't mean 72 different griffins. That'd be crazy. No, we mean like 4. Tell you what, Kay, why don't you ask Guido what he voted for, and then vote for the same thing. I think we can trust Guido's perspective on this. Oh, by the way, Grey Wolf, by chance, are you on right now? Because I meant to tell you something earlier, and I completely spaced it. Yes, I can, Kay, and it looks awesome. And we'll be seeing him later. Oh, okay, okay.
What can I do for you?
Come to join the patrol, lad. Glad to have you. I need some bodies helping to get our defenses under control here. Help me out and I see if I can't find some more prestigious work for you.
Off with you.
No, that poor cookie, no. I've got some boys forming defensive lines on all sides of the town, keeping back the elementals streaming in from the torn ground. They're good lads and they've been holding firm, but even the sturdiest dwarf tires eventually. They're split into shifts, 1 hour of rest for every hour on the line. Best I can get with the men we have. If you want to be helping, pick a line and take a shift. Okay.
Watch your back.
We've already been pushed back further than I'd hoped, but I'm not about to give up our homes to these mongrels. They may burn and pillage and spit on the rubble remains, but we'll still fight to take them back. That being said, I'd rather like them not burnt. Have the boys running buckets from the well to try and keep the fires down. If you join them, they can help out by tossing you buckets so you don't have to make the runs.
Safe travels.
How are you?
You're the no-face that's mean to be helping Keegan out, I take it. Pleasure to meet you. Maybe you can lend a favour or two more to the troubled Wildhammer that have made refuge here. We were all forced to retreat to this building quickly. Some of us left things of great great value in our destroyed homes nearby. Would you mind bringing them back when you go out there? You'd bring happiness to some very troubled souls.
Off with you.
Yeah, sure, I don't mind helping out. It's better than helping the Dragon Maw. Frickin' Dragon Maw. Hate everything. Die. Wow, you lived through a hit. I'm actually kind of shocked by that. Pandarans, Sheandra. Easy answer. The Pandarans would own the hell out of any cooking contest. Even barbecue, although the goblins would come a close second. So we have Aprika's doll. Sometimes it's hard to let go. I understand that. We have the ivory hammer, passed down through several generations. Wow, that's pretty cool, actually. Where's the other one? Let's put out some more fires, shall we? The Tauren. Pfft. We all know the Taurens make the best hamburgers. Come on, dude. Well, we all know Gilnean food is actually the worst in the world. Nobody likes to admit it. because nobody wants to hear them rant about how their cooking is superior. But yeah, Gilnean chefs are secretly horrible. If the judges are Titans, the Pandarans would still find some way to win. Let's find out! Hey, it worked. Oh, you are here, Grey Wolf. What's up? Listen, Grey Wolf, I'm gonna just go ahead and fold your 6th turn actions into your 7th turn, if that's okay. You wouldn't have succeeded at either of those researches this turn anyways, and you didn't do that much of significance, and it technically happened after the major events of Doom. So that's the intended path forward. Yeah, even the Forsaken are better cooks than the Gilneans. No, those poor cookies! Why are you still eating those poor, delicious, helpless cookies? Don't they deserve better than to be nommed on? Think of the children. They should be, like, right in here. Oh, there they are. There we go. Some dried roses with the familiar scent of home. Considering that we know at least one Worgen actually prefers the taste of raw meat, I'd say yes. Would the Lich King tweet? No. He can reach his minions directly, instantly, and with perfect control, and without a character limit, so I don't think he needs tweeting.
How are ya?
Yeah, certainly not local. Matters little to me, though. I'll put me life on the line for anyone as long as they pull their weight. Good work, me boy. Good to have another capable set of hands about.
See you soon.
Most active on social media. Gnomes. We thank for your help. Every little bit makes a difference. We'll keep the water going back until we can push the Twilight. Ian. My second... Leon? Ian? I'm not actually sure what that says. Hang on. Give me just a second. Sorry, guys. Shoot, that's actually a complicated question. Nah, he wouldn't bother, Kay. It's not really his thing. It's really not mine. Sorry, guys. This is a little complicated question I was just asked. I need to actually respond complicatedly. It's my sister, by the way. She probably would say hi if she thought about it. He bore the body of one of our fallen heroes to the cathedral to the west. He is the man I put in charge of reform in the wing of Griffin Riders from whatever scattered forces he can find. I'd like you to help him. I should impress upon you the urgency of this task. We'll not be able to hold here forever. The Twilight's hammer of the Dragonma orcs will eventually overwhelm us. Putting together an active Griffin wing will be our only hope for surviving the coming conflicts.
Watch your back.
But first, I brought you some things.
What's on your mind?
Were you able to find their valuables? I know it seems so minor, but little things can make a big difference to people in times like these. Oh, you're very generous, thank you. There's a lot of darkness in our world these days. We appreciate the light you've brought here.
Keep your feet on the ground.
Oh, I mean, roses. Did Kaelin tell you? I can never thank you enough. I never thought I'd smell home again. You're welcome. I wonder. Wow.
What's on your mind? See you soon.
Okay, no. Alright? I'm just kidding. The Lich King would not use social media. Gnomes would. You are trying to cross worlds, and it does not work that way. There's no one named Snow White in Warcraft.
What's on your mind?
Greetings, Worgen. Sent by Keegan.
Safe travels.
They took us unaware, attacked our Highlands all at once, bursting from the ground, swooping from the air. Most of the griffin wings were scattered. Far too many good dwarves lost their lives. There'd be little hope at all if Keegan hadn't rallied us together. I owe that man my life. At least we now have a chance. Notice he's in a graveyard paying homage here. If we're gonna pull a full griffin wing together, we're gonna need to move fast and gather the survivors, before they leave or get picked off. I've got a lead on a few groups of riders that stuck together. I'm leaving to find the Thundermar riders and the Moor riders shortly. The Moorans were heading up to the west of the Crucible of Carnage.
See you soon.
Ouch. The Doyle riders were spotted converging on the trees to the south, off at the borders of the Obsidian Forest. They're a stubborn old bunch and are likely to take up some convincing, if they're going to join with us. Your best bet with Keelan Doyle is to tell Callum Longfellow's taking up shelter with us back at town. Keelan's got a soft spot for her, and she might be enough to convince him to drag his boys along.
Off with you.
I also need you to seek out McKay and his men on the other side of the Devouring Breach. The Dragonmaw didn't survive the initial onslaught, and McKay's looking to ransack what he can of their camp to supply our fight. There shouldn't be much convincing necessary, but they'll likely want a hand wrapping things up before they make their way to Keegan.
Watch your back.
So we're going to go after 3 different squadrons of Griffin riders to try and convince them to join us. This kind of shows how completely split up and non-unified in anything the Wildhammer are here. Like, yeah. Pretty sure I know what this quest is, but I want to verify. Nope, I'm wrong. Maybe?
What's on your mind?
Ian sent you. You don't look like a firebeard to me. Why should I be listening to anything you say? Keegan wants Mullins to take a white flight with him, eh? There is a dwarf I'd fly for, he'd be it. Still, I don't get why I'd be sending an outsider to do the recruiting. It's not polite by my standards. I'm guessing you don't last 20 seconds with any of my boys. At the bar or on the battlefield. Prove me wrong. Take one of them down in a fight, and I'll think about flying with them.
Watch your back.
Sure. You.
Interest ya in a pint?
Yeah, sure. Bring it. Stretch. 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 One shot. Okay. Hey, I beat the crap out of her.
How are you?
That's the stuff, not bad at all. You've got a bit of fighting you after all.
Very good.
What's happening?
Don't let Dugas fool you. The Mullins have been itching to take wing again. If there's anyone we do it for, it's for the Firebeards. But we left our griffins in the Highland forest to the south to hunt and get away from the sound of battle for a bit. They deserve a rest. If you want to help us get back to the air soon, you do well to bring our griffins back. Take this charred peach of Highland birch. We'll use it to entrain, and as soon as they smell it, they come straight back to us.
Safe travels.
Sure. I'll go ahead and grab this quest, maybe. Nah, it doesn't matter. I'll do that later. Also, no, Cheandra, the Lich King, if you wanted to do that, would just go into politics. These are well-trained griffins. I mean, I know they're fairly intelligent, sentient beings themselves. It's just, wow. Nah, let's be honest, guys. The Lich King would never do politics. He's too good for it. I'm done. Yeah, so let's think here. So there's Kill Jaden, right? I will now conquer the... What the heck are you doing? Ah, here we go. Hang on just a second. I'm sorry, Gnarlex. We actually don't really, Shyandra. Unfortunately, Raytheon is really not a good test subject because he was magically augmented to age much quicker than normal. Now, I do add that much on purpose because, you know, it is there on purpose, but we don't know how much faster, if you follow. But yeah, so picture Kill Jaden. He's just like, oh, I will burn this world, and why are they fighting each other? And then we get to the Lich King. Soon I will destroy everything, and are they fighting in my citadel? And then we cut to Cho'Gall. Yes, soon we will... What are they doing? Why are they fighting each other? This is... this is hilarious. And then it cuts to... then it cuts to, I guess, Garrosh? No, that's silly. The actual answer would probably be, like, to keep with the theme of this, it would probably be something like the Shaw of Pride, or whatever, you know? The Shaw of Pride's like, yes, you! He's just egging them on, like, yes, Alliance, you are clearly better than the Horde. And then he turns to the Horde, yes, Horde, you are absolutely stronger than the Alliance. You should wipe them out from the face of the world. It's the only way. I say that because I'm not sure how Garrosh would react to the Horde and Alliance fighting on his doorstep. Because thankfully, that's probably the one time ever the Alliance and the Horde didn't fight each other on the doorstep of their enemy. When they united to kill Garrosh. That's right. The Alliance and the Horde wouldn't unify against the Lich King, the Burning Legion, and the Old Gods. But Garrosh actually managed to get the Alliance and the Horde to stop fighting. That's incredible. That's incredible. Oh my god. Like that really just, the weight of that just hit me just now because of what Darker was saying. I am in shock. Garrosh is like, you know. Apparently, Stukov. Apparently. Anyways, Sonic Doctor. I am 100% hugely in favor of it. And, as an aside, the fact that it is actually part of canon and will be considered canon is also something I think is awesome. In my opinion, Warcraft has always been a lighter, as Kay would put it, setting. It doesn't include disgusting, horrible, terrible, decrepit, horrifying things, like people deciding to have sex with murder holes in another person. You know, that's just a thing that doesn't exist in Warcraft. And I like that, because Warcraft isn't supposed to be some disgusting, terrible, mucking, realistic thing. Yeah. But, absolutely, Sonic, are you kidding me? But I like the fact that we've got this lighter-hearted setting that Warcraft is. It may have some horror elements to it, but nothing actually terrifying, nothing actually bad. You know, I don't have a better way to describe that. And it feels like the kind of setting that would actually fit and work with regards to a children's story. And I do fully intend to buy those books and read them to my niece. No, the cookies! Why are you still eating the cookies? Those poor cookies.
Welcome.
Oh, good on you. I always feel part of me is missing when my griffin isn't nearby. I can't speak for Douglas or the rest of the clan, but I'll be ready to ride at Firebeard's call.
Watch your back.
Here there.
Ah, your point's made. Keegan can count on us. We'll meet him back at town as soon as the boys are rallied up. You're tough for not being the Wildhammer. Guess they breed them good where you come from. Still, haven't seen you drink yet. That'll be the real test.
Off with you.
We are approaching the end of Caddy. Yes, Toby, that's actually a great parallel. I mean that sincerely. Chrono Trigger has a world-consuming ancient eldritch horror, and yet Chrono Trigger is a very lighthearted game overall, you know? Yeah, Siege of Orgrimmar, in my honest opinion, is the darkest Warcraft has ever been. I actually had trouble. First time I ever walked into Siege of Orgrimmar. I'll tell the story when we get there. But I got... It hit me in the face. I felt dirty going through Siege of Orgrimmar. No, we're referring to the children's books. They're coming out with children's books, Mind Blast, for Warcraft. And they're in lore. It's about a son of a great explorer who's going around learning about the world and exploring about the world and, you know, growing and... Why is this... Okay, fine. Die, then! And killing black dragons. Die. Die. Eldritch horror. Lavos is what I'm referring to, of course. But again, yeah, Chrono Trigger is actually quite lighthearted. You don't see that stuff in real life, and I think that's kind of the point. It's the difference... what were we talking about this recently? It's the difference between Flash, the TV show, and Flash for the DC movies. Please don't bring your opinion about the movies in here. I don't want to hear it. My point is... The Flash, the whole reason, Pax and I talked about this extensively, the whole reason they don't want the gentleman who plays Flash in the show to be the guy who's playing Flash in the DCMU, excuse me, today, Mind Blast, is the fact that they're having a much darker, more brooding, more horrible perspective on the DC world. That's what they're doing with Man of Steel and with BVS, right? I know it's weird, right, bro? But, in Flash, the TV show, it's an adventure. It's more about the adventure as going on. They haven't really gotten to this disgusting, brooding, dark, terrible stuff like they do when they show a certain character in BVS who has the word witch scrawled into her forehead, and for just a moment, you're not sure if they carved it in or wrote it in, you know? That's the difference between an adventure, like that, and... I don't know what to call this other category. What should we call this other category? Because I don't want to call it darker and grittier. I hate that phrase. It's overused to crap. So we got to come up with, like, the opposite of the adventure term here. And I've got to come up with this. This has come up so many times. It seems Doyle suffered the worst of the attacking Twilight drakes. It's clearly fought to the end. Not a single rider's footprint is more than a few yards from his griffin. It's doubtful there were any survivors. No, I do not, Kay. It seems the Doyles already joined their last fight. Ian will want to know their fate. Well, yeah, okay, so this is another way to put it, okay? I know this is going to sound like I'm pulling hairs because this is two different genres, but hear me out, okay? There's a difference between... I'll just go with Flash. Flash, the TV show, you know. And Game of Thrones. Okay? These two things are like the exact opposite of each other. Now, I think there's room for both in our society, and I like both under certain circumstances. I like both categories, I should say. But you cannot deny that that Game of Thrones in no way feels like just an adventure. None of that is there. None of that lightheartedness, none of that airiness, none of that bounciness, none of that expression, none of that joy. There's no joy in Game of Thrones. It's is the vocal equivalent of what Game of Thrones is, right? And then Flash is more and again, they're both enjoyable in their own right. And I'm not bashing either of these, but they are two very distinct approaches. And I've noticed most fiction, categorically speaking, fits into these two broad categories of presentation. Oh, God, my back. I'm surprised about that, Kay. It sounds like your kind of show.
Hi.
About that time, huh? Help us wrap things up, then. No, the cookie! The Twilight sucked this town, killing most of the Dragomar that lived in it. A few survived. They're not right keen on us taking liberties with their supplies. Not that it matters much. Kill the Dragonmaw!
Off with you.
Kill the Dragonmaw while we rob them blind! Seriously, that's what we're doing here.
How are you?
Oh, me brother Barab's gone missing. He was one of the first scouts in the area. The others have returned safely, but there's no sign of him. Da says he's just dawdling somewhere, but it's only my brother. He's my only brother. I promised me Mom I'd keep him safe. Will you please find him?
Keep your feet on the ground.
Interest you on a pint?
Stay back and forge more weapons? Pfft, a forge hammer's never been afraid of battle. All needs the safety of home to make weapons. Besides, there's oodles of raw material out here. Those Dragomar weapons are worthless. They can be smelted down to make actual weapons.
Watch your back.
A Welsh... I can't even do Welsh, Toby. I am doing, a Dwarven accent. I have no idea which particular variety of real-life accent it is supposed to be equating to, because I'm not good at that. So... That's been asked of me many, 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 many times, Sonic. And the question is always predicated on the answer of which tier. Which tier am I going into the universe in? What the... I'm gonna help the injured orc up. And then he attacks me. It still counted, though. That's interesting. Yes, we did, Leander, and it was great. It was really fun voice acting that. That's it! Okay, you just gave me the term. So we're going to call these adventures and these gloom, or gloom stories, okay? That's how we're going to call the two differences. On the one, so Warcraft is an adventure, not a gloom story. I like that. We're going to do that from now on. Ah, God dang it. You know, I was actually wondering that myself, Psychotic. Although we do know that this stuff right here is Elementium. This spike right here. They actually... Elementium's actually a really funny... no, Gloom's the category. A really funny... prop metal. Like I mentioned, Elementium might actually be, in lore, the strongest metal in the setting. It's got a weird thing to it. Elementium actually can't be forged by normal forging materials. It actually requires magic to forge properly. They actually talk about this elsewhere. We've actually already covered these quests, so I'll just repeat them for you. The way that they forge their metal, their Elementium bases, is they drag it up. Hey, Origin. They drag it up from the ground and twist it into the shape they want magically. And then once it solidifies, it solidifies. It's stuck there, basically. That is actually a good question, Sonic. See, race-wise, I am most tempted by Blood Elves, despite the negatives, because they have eternal life, and that's kind of important to me. And they have access to a lot of amenities of life. So, and Blood Elves in general can get along with and fit in with most societies, right? Yeah, exactly. There's one goblin who could work it in vanilla, and we had to mind control him to learn it. That's absolutely true. Hey, Riven. So I'm most tempted by Blood Elves. As far as location, believe it or not, Ironforge is actually one of the first places I think of when I want to actually like live there. At some point in time, you know, in a long-term sense. Although I thought of a few other places as well, but I got to be 100% honest. If I was going to settle in Azeroth, I'd settle right here, Valley of the Four Winds. Get myself a nice house up by Half Hill, or maybe just out on my own farm. Go out there, start enjoying my farm life. I would love that. Wouldn't that be awesome? God, I want to live in the valley. Just get me into the screen. Get me out of this hell that is real life. See, I'm not sure I agree with that, Aldrith. I get where you're going with that, but the difference is that tribulations, like, there can be tribulation within an adventure story, you know? But you don't often see adventure in the gloom stories. I did used to think you could learn all the languages, yeah. And there are... okay, in gameplay, no race can speak them all. In lore, that's a much different question. I was going to say, I'm pretty sure the bug swarm issue is probably not an issue anymore. Thunder Bluff. I have this really weird feeling that Thunder Bluff would include certain things in the air that I'm allergic to. Then again, if I'm a Blood Elf, maybe I wouldn't have that allergy, so it wouldn't be an issue. But, you know, maybe. Again, Ironforge is someplace I'd love to live in. My sister and I have actually had discussions about her, like, setting up an inn. We've talked about this extensively. She would want to make an inn and actually have a place where people can come and sit, and she would cook and set up the inn. She'd raise the little one there, Minizan, and you know, they'd be like, you know, and have other adventurers come by and whatnot, and I would help fund the place because I'd be an adventurer. I'd be out running mercenary work and doing the risking my life thing. Because that's what I would want to do, but also because I would be making a difference, because that's what I want to do. And because that way when I could come home, I could help toss some money at the way of my wonderful niece and sister, so they could enjoy the good life back in Ironforge. We actually had this funny thought at one point that I would be a Blood Elf and she would be a Dwarf. So, we thought about it a lot, as you might imagine. Anyways.
You got my attention.
Alright.
See you soon.
Let's get you your stuff.
Attention.
Here you go,
Off
here you
with
go.
you.
Take your stuff, you filthy animals.
Talk to me.
Don't be looking. I'm not wearing me pants. Why do I be standing in a grain crate? Long story short, there were hornets and some dragon maw that showed up at a bad time, and I got away safely, but the bastards took off with me leggards. Me sister even made those from scratch, even engraved my name on them. I'd die of shame if she ever found out. Please help me find them. I saw a pant thief going into the fortress over there. I'm going to stay here for cover. And don't be asking what a wild hammer wears under his kilt.
Be good.
Okay. I actually like that, Grey Wolf. A wonder tale versus a cynical tale. Funnily enough, my Dwarven voice has gotten a lot of practice this run. I really forgot how many different dwarves there were in this game that speak. By the way, this is Gorosh, the Pant Stealer. That's actually his title right there. Hey, Spirit of Memory, what's going on? I would absolutely set up the Minizan with heirlooms. She should be protected, so she'd be able to take care of herself. And any kid that tries to bully her is in for a little bit of a surprise. I was just saying, it sounds like a normal Tuesday to me.
How are you?
Oh, did you found them yet? This grain is pretty itchy. Oh, thank you. Now turn around so I can put them on.
Watch your
Alright,
back.
alright. Turned around. Alright. Now I can return with dignity. Correct, Sonic. It's not actually even that hard in Warcraft, which is kind of funny. I'm back, sis! Oh, thank heavens. It's good to... Why are your pants on backwards? Ah, run away, run away, run away, run away, run away.
Great to meet you. Safe travels.
Well, I wish I was dead, Spirit. But other than that, I'm doing good. I'm pretty sure this is American, Toby, since this game was made over here. I know, we both speak the same language. Sorta.
What can I do for you?
What do I have here? Oh, ha! Looks like that raid went mighty well. I have old Forgehammer around once we're through with this mess.
See you soon.
That's a right shame. Stubborn as they were to speak to, they are just as stubborn in a fight. It would have been good to have them. Once this is done, we'll have to send some boys out to bring them back for a proper send-off.
Watch your back.
Actually, yeah, that is possible, Psychotic. I've debated that myself. You got Mullins. Good news. They're worth more than a weight in a fight. They're exactly skinny. Shame about the Doyles. It's a fair miracle that many of us made ours, though, so I can't count that as much of a surprise. These louts at Thundermar are cowards. Even after telling them it was Keegan, they won't set out foot outside the town. I did rope the Moors in, though, so it's at least 3 clans worth. Keegan will want to hear about you personally. Go find him in town.
Off with you.
Nah, it's harder than that, Rory, and you know that. Or if you don't know that, then you have no room to talk.
How are ya?
Seems we have some luck bringing the riders back. Well timed too. We pushed the elementals back, so we should have the armor room to lead an attack right away. Thanks, Xylem. You're a good worgen. Thanks to you and Leon. We've got enough riders together we can make the fight back to the Twilight. We're trained to fight while riding, but a second rider to handle the Stormhammer tends to be more efficient. I thought you might like the honor. Pick your griffin. Join the fight.
Safe travels.
Let's do it. I just want a griffin. A griffin anywhere. Aha! Mount up. Well, Rory, if you don't like it, there's the door. Damn it. There we go. I like this. There's I always wonder how the Twilights get up here. They're just up on floating platforms. Up in the air, like randomly. Like, do they fly up there with the Twilight Dragons or the Black Dragons? Do they use the elements of air? Look at this! The funny thing is, I'm not even sure what they're doing up here. Like, seriously, I'm actually not sure what they're doing up here. Oh, jeez. Oh, jeez. Oh, jeez. Maybe they're trying to build a second, Maybe they're trying to build a second, bastion, maybe? Another fortress over here? Yeah, I probably would, Sonic, in all honesty. Why did my guy die? Oh, that's why, because I wasn't supposed to kill the enemy yet. Don't worry, I avenged your death before you even died. Which is pretty impressive when you think about it. By the way, nice little touch. So we've got these 3 families of Griffin Riders. So we've got the Mullins here, who just ride regular Griffins, excuse me, not Hippogriffs, different things. We've got the Moors, who ride the Black Griffins, like the one I was just on. And over here we've got the Firebeards, who ride the armored griffins. I just like that they have that variety, because it makes sense to me.
What's on your mind?
No, that's how it's done, lad. The real griffin wing back together, we can take the fight to the rest of the Twilight. You're welcome to fly with us anytime.
Off with you.
Oh, as I understand it, you're looking to be bringing the Wildhammer clans together to the with the Alliance for war. Not sure you know what you're getting into. Anyways, if it's battle you're preparing for, there's definitely one family you want by your side. Head southwest to the opposite of the Crucible of Carnage. You'll find Clan Dunwald's ruins. They're rightly ravaged, but that's not likely to be stopping the Dunwalds.
Safe travels.
It may be safe here, but there are a lot of Wildhammer who could still use our support. Our wingmen can offer that, but we need to keep bolstering our forces if we're going to keep the Twilight completely. I'm going to have words with Colin Thundermar. Only a coward turns down the calling of his people, especially in times this dire. Go to Thundermar, find Colin, get a real explanation out of him.
See you soon.
Suicide, Sonic. I didn't vote, actually, Tara. Oh. Thank you, Mind Blast. I'll take that as a positive. I'm telling you, I would love to live here. There's actually a lot of places, though. There's a town here. I think it's this one, Dawn's Blossom. You'll see it when we get there, but it is a beautiful, beautiful town, nestled just enough into the hills to get the benefits of the height, without being too high to be too cold. It's like paradise. But then, you know, a lot of Pandaren places tend to basically be paradise, so that's part of that. Not sure there's a lot of places of the two main kingdoms that I would actually be a part of. Not that I'm aware, Sonic. I mean, I still see your chat up there. Like I said, Ironforge. I have to admit, I wouldn't mind living in Darnassus, especially now that Teldrassil is cleared up. And of course, I'd love to live in Brill. I'm kidding. I'm kidding. Exactly, Riven. I got this all worked out. Whoops, I'm going the wrong way. I've got this all worked out. Wow. Yeah, the Twilights did a number on this place. Holy crap. Ah! Hello? Hello? Is anybody here? Probably, Mind Blast. Oh, thank God, survivors.
Great to meet you.
If it's Dunwalds you've been looking for, it's Dunwalds you found. A couple of them anyway. Can't find me brothers for the life of me.
See you soon.
So you've been looking to find us? You might be looking to find me brothers. Sounds to me like we got some common ground hereabouts. Donnelly's our eldest, and while his size showed us, his wits might not. He's usually up on the northern roads in a hovel. Think I might go looking for him.
Watch your back.
Owen's one of the twins. He's got a penchant for the drink. You'll likely be finding him over by the old well. Mind paying him a visit.
Safe travels.
Caden's the other twin. He's got a thirst too, but not for ale. I'm sure he's been having a grand time of it since the Twilight came to our doorstep. Getting some of that aggression out of his system, perhaps. I'm thinking the best place to go looking for him right now is at the Market Row, over by the old smithy. He used to hang out there anyways, but the place is swarming with the most Twilight. He's probably all the more reason to be calling it home now.
See you soon.
Long Sonic, but I do not remember no exactly. I could probably get you some rough estimates, though. Give me just one quick second. I would imagine that they were in development for at least 3 years. I know that sounds like long. Nowadays, that's like, what? Only 3 years? FF13. Or excuse me, FF15 now. But actually, I guarantee it was in work since at least July of 2003. Like before that is when they started work on World of Warcraft.
Hi.
Hey there, lad. I'm sure Keely's got you worrying about our brothers, but they can take care of themselves. They'll find their way back one way or the other. Maybe you can do me a favour while you're out meeting the family. Dunwald territory is still infested with the Twilight Hammer and their servants. Oh, I'll kill the crap out of them.
Watch your back.
Be wary of the sky above the ruins, lad. The Twilight Drakes have a taste for things that fly. The Twilight Hammer were damn thorough when they sacked our town. Me and me brothers may be the only ones that held them back. I gotta be sure, though. As you are sifting through the bodies, keep an eye out for the bodies of my kinsmen. I want to know if there are any other survivors.
Safe travels.
I will do what I can, sir. Yes, Magister, that is correct. After all, by the time of Pandaria, as I've discussed before, the Blood Elves as a whole have gone from being on the verge of extinction to actually being capable of a functional power. In fact, it has been argued that after the disaster of Siege of Orgrimmar and the devastation that happened to both trolls and taurens, and especially to orcs, the Blood Elves might actually be the single strongest force left in the Horde at this point. Now, I have a really dumb question. If anybody could answer this for me, that would be awesome. How long was FF6 in production? I know it's an irrelevant comparison. I literally just want to know for my own sake. Yes and no, Toby. It's more like they built an engine for Warcraft 3. And that engine is the one that was used for World of Warcraft. So, I mean, yes is the answer. It is a heavily modified engine from the Warcraft engine, the Warcraft 3 engine. And they have continued modifying it ever since. They've never just sat on their laurels and said, nah, we're good. The engine as it stands nowadays is actually effectively a different engine than the one that happened at Vanilla. 1 year. Wow. Again, not making any comparisons. I was just curious. Dragon Age 2 was made in a year, too. But yeah, after the Forsaken, I imagine... If I was asked... I've been thinking about this a bit, because I've been asked this question a few times. If I was to rate the current overall power, political, economic, military, magical, of the Horde races left at this point in time, I would probably put the Forsaken at the top of that list, and then... Oh, jeez. And then the Blood Elves second. In case you don't catch this, this means that there are people hiding in here trying to either escape or, you know, survive, and they were hunted down and beaten to death. When does FF6 get good? Oh my god! Okay, about 3 seconds in. I'm not sure, Necro. I mean, overall I'm going to go ahead and say yes. But we know that Elvish... let's actually say this correctly. We know that trolls are very susceptible to permanent long-term changes in their physiology, thanks to their environment. There's a reason that the different troll races look differently from each other, and it's not just because of the, you know, the fact that they've been, you know, split up for a long time. So, it is possible they are now permanently changed with regards to the eyes, even though the fel energy is gone at this point. Actually, Sonic, I do think that personally, but I also think it depends on the individual circumstances. I think that it varies. One of my favorite examples of this is actually StarCraft 2, believe it or not. StarCraft 2 was in development for a stupid period of time. And then it was just, so it's like, it was like, and then it just kind of tapered off. But then something weird happened, because they hit that stride and stopped, and the game was still like several years coming out. And what they did, and I applaud them for doing this, by the way, they sat back and said, we're putting StarCraft 2 aside. We're just letting it go. And they took a break from it. Came back, months later, new perspective, fresh, refreshed, and said, alright, let's make this. And then they hit their stride again. However, any game that takes too long to be constructed, I've said this for years, runs a very severe risk of simply... Okay, so it's like this. The longer... You could actually determine it... Yeah, Diablo 3 is another example. You can determine it by a chart, basically. The amount of time it takes for it to come out, and the level of interest right here. And it kind of goes like this, if you follow. In other words, the longer it takes to come out, the less interest there is, and the more expectation there is. And so it reaches a point in time what I call critical mass, and there's very, very few games that have violated this rule. When a game has taken simply too long to make, whenever it comes out, it tends to flop because it has so much difficulty owning up to the fact that it took forever to make, and this has been shown many, many times. Everyone, of course, points to Duke Nukem Forever, but that is not the only example of a game like that. In fact, my perfect example of that is actually a game that, while still good, nevertheless was a failure financially because of this. The Old Republic, the MMO. Tor. Tor took a really long time to make. Some people forget this. It was in development for years and years and years and years. And then finally, it finally came out and it was okay. Had some good, had some bad, but it couldn't live up to it. It took too long. And it is extremely rare that a game can be in development for a very long time and still be a success. I can check Steam super quick, hang on. Steam is down, yes.
Great to meet you.
So
See you soon.
he's really, really thirsty.
You got my attention.
There's a well right there, dude.
Off with you.
Water, are you daft? I need some ale.
What can I do for you?
Oh, of all the buildings in the towns to collapse, why did it have to be this one? Look, buddy, either you're here to find me some drink, or you're in the way. Why don't you go down the old storehorse and look downstairs? I had a mighty suspicion the old bookkeeper was sneaking sips between the pages. I bet he has a keg in the basement. If you find anything, come straight back to me. No dallying. This is urgent.
Watch your back.
I don't know. I can't get into Steam right now. It's flat out not letting me. How am I having fun? Well, I'm playing WoW. And talking to you guys. Where's... okay. I always fly low around here. They've got one of those dismounting things in this area. Excuse me, excuse me, excuse me. Now let's be honest with ourselves. In my honest professional opinion, Tor failed because it was an MMO. Because they did not know what they were doing in crafting an MMO. And it showed from every pore. In my opinion, now we got to get to personal opinion. In my opinion, every good aspect of Tor came out of the things that were not the MMO side of it. You know what I mean? They had no idea how to deal with the community. They had no idea how to deal with the server problems. They had no idea how to deal with the interactive playstyle, all that fun stuff. They were unprepared for that market. And that makes sense. I don't even blame them. I'm not even mad about it. They were entering a type of gameplay and a game style they had never actually made before, and honestly had no business walking into. But it was pushed for, so it happened. That's how that works. You play with the cards you are dealt. I'm glad we did get some enjoyment out of Tor, though. I really am. Whoops, there he is. Yeah, exactly, it did. A lot of people don't understand that an MMO is a completely different animal than an RPG. Completely different. A few trillion, at least, Tara. I don't know. Whoops, over here. Excuse me. Don't dismount me, Oh, don't dismount me. Okay, I think I outraced him. Warhammer Online, I played that one. What's this? Warhammer, Wildhammer Ale inside. Ooh. Ale downstairs, do not touch. Sincerely, not the bad guys. Okay. This purple light fills me with hope. Aha! The ale! Oh, we got you. Look, it's... You keep your hands off me, ale, you unclean, pint-eating mongrels! Hey, where do you think you're going, sonny?
You got my attention.
You stink of sober. Find me some drink. Oh, Donald his belly, that's more like it. Glug, glug, glug. Good to be not dying of thirst again. Here, have some. Good old Erin never is so impolite as to not share. Hey, bud, seeing as how you're so friendly and all, I think you might do a dwarf a favour. These are the Dunwald ruins. There's sure to be more stock in these buildings you come across for more ale. Bring it my way, would you? A dwarf can never have enough. I'm thinking I'll find my way back to Keeley, so you might have to hunt me down, but I'll try to make it work for you.
Safe travels.
Sure. Well, that was a trap magister, so... Although it would have probably been written in... You know what? I don't know. The whole languages barrier thing is stupid anyways. We all speak common, the end. It is possible, yes, Toby. I have no idea why you'd want to do that, but if you really do, you can. There are people who have done that. There are people who have hit level 90 by herbing. Those people are insane. But it has been done. I really should say person there, because I think only one guy actually managed that. Yeah, actually, it was possible. There was a concept in WoW Vanilla that doesn't exist anymore called quest starvation. The idea is if you had literally done every quest that's available to you, and you are too low level to pick up any of the further quests ahead of you. So literally, there is 0 quests in the whole world you can do. So you have to go just grind in order to get your level high enough to be able to pick up the next quest. And even then, those quests would be orange. Yes, Necro. I have heard of that add-on. I showed it off myself on the stream. Back in North Barrens, I think, is when we showed that off. It was a while ago.
Interest you on a pint?
Oh, well, look at your whole geared and fancy. Crayley said you to keep an eye on old Caden, huh? Well, I won't be needing it. I've got these lads handled. They chose the wrong dwarf to be ambushing today. Fine, fine. You want a piece of the action? Let me know when you're ready to
Off
go.
with you. What's on your mind?
Let's do it.
Be good.
Let's
You got my
let's do
attention.
it. That's an ambush. You seem certain. Oh yeah, I've been through 4 times already. Oh, this is great. This is great. Okay, hang on. I gotta read this whole thing. So hey,
Here there.
you see that pass up ahead there, lad? Yeah. That there's an ambush. You seem very certain. Oh yeah, lad. I've been through 4 times already. And I take it you're going through again. Damn right. Well, let's get to it then.
Off with you.
That's the spirit. Oh my god, it's an ambush. I'm totally surprised by this. Yeah, I've grinded in too many games. Especially MMOs prior to WoW. I can't do the grind anymore. I know there's more of you hiding in your little holes. And also, that grind that Toby just mentioned is one of the main reasons I put Ion down. I was actually enjoying the game pretty much until the quests stopped. Then I stopped playing the game. Guys, you heard it here first. Obi-Wan Kenobi was a dwarf. That's it. You gotta have more than that. I have played Terra Online. I have also had the same problem in that game. Again, the intro bits and the first cut, it was about to, I want to say level 20-ish or something like that. It's been a little bit. It's been since Terra came out, basically. And I was like, oh, quests. I was at least moderately enjoying it. You know, I was having fun with it. And then quest starvation, grind mode engaged. I hear a few people make fun of me because I don't enjoy grind in an MMO. Then I tell them I played EverQuest. And then they get this serious look in their eyes and walk away sadly.
Talk to me.
Ugh, thing of beauty, isn't it? And they keep coming back for more. I love it. I'll just go find Keeley and settle her nerves in a bit. One more through.
Be good.
I still haven't seen any ale. Seriously, I haven't seen any ale at all. RuneScape is a game that I can't speak to RuneScape properly because it never caught me. So I never actually played RuneScape enough to form a solid opinion on it. And yes, a dead. Straight out of the Hulk. Excuse me, I'm trying to loot your booze. Thank you, Kay. I appreciate your candor. There are people who enjoy grind. Javan and I have actually had lengthy discussions about this matter. Although, by my definition, if they enjoy it, it isn't grind. Remember, my definition of grind, which I adhere to rather strongly, is a repetitive task you don't enjoy. That's like the critical component there. The fact that you don't enjoy doing it. For example, and I love to use this example because it still fits, I enjoy leveling in Final Fantasy VII. It does not strike me as grindy because I enjoy doing it. I enjoy working and moving with the materia system, for example, and a few other things. I like the limit breaks, yada yada. I like the combat. That's what I'm trying to say. So I enjoy leveling. It is not a grind to me, even though it's basically just mulching enemies over and over, because I enjoy it. Leveling in FF2 makes me want to take a drill to my head. If you could even call that leveling, but you know what I mean. I don't know, Kay. We may never know.
Hi.
I love this, by the way. He's got a keg of beer just attached to his back now. Oh, where's me booze? Oh, that's exactly what my belly needs. You'll get me all the nice things.
Off with you. How are ya?
Oh, that's what I'm talking about, my lad. My kind of worgen.
See you soon.
Many dead, huh? Not seeming likely anyone outside of me and my brothers fought through it then. I guess I already expected as much. Thanks for taking the time to look for me.
Watch your back.
You're welcome, actually. I enjoyed leveling in FF10 right up until I hit what I call the grind point. If you've never played FF10, there reaches a point where, in order to actually progress further in the optional stuff or in levels, you have to go and do, the Tonberry limit break trick. You know what I'm talking about, the Super X trick. And pretty much the moment I hit that point in the story, that's when the leveling stops being enjoyable to me and becomes grind in FF10. I enjoy it up to that point, though. I'm with it.
What's on your mind?
Hey, friend. I don't think I know you. I'm Donnelly Dunwald. What's your name? I don't think I know you. Do I know you? I lost Beacon. Beak! Where are you, Beak? You want to help me find him? I know he's in the hovel. He has to be. Beak! Where are you?
Safe travels.
I hope he's okay. Yeah, I'll go check for you, buddy. Maybe they're all secretly bots, Kay. It's like one of those Lex Luthor schemes. You know, trying to make the world think the world is worse than it is by pretending to be terrible people. Yeah, and the level key grants. Yeah, that part of that. Yeah. But I do enjoy leveling in FF10 up to that point. Absolutely. It's actually quite enjoyable. Especially once you start getting to the point where you're no longer just confined to your own quadrant of the grid. Okay, a lot of people were killed in their sleep in here. We're gonna leave now. Brings back too many bad memories of when I was still under the Lich King. Oh, God, don't remind me, Bragwin. Please don't remind me of the Epic Weapon. Or Epic Weapon 1.5. Or 2. Or 2.5. I remember all that crap. What the... I can agree with that, Rory. The idea that after a while, you know, once it reaches the point of tedium, it's like, okay. Like, for example, okay, to go along with what Rory just said, I enjoy leveling in FF7. However, I almost never level in FF7 all the way to 99. Why? Because it gets ridiculous after a while, right? After a while, it would stop being fun, and it would start being a chore. Then it would become grind simply because it has reached that point of tedium for me. Same thing with most other games that I enjoy leveling in, or I enjoy grind in. So we appear to have a baby griffin following us.
Great to meet.
Oh, you found him! You found the beak! Oh, I like him, my no friend. I'm gonna go show Keely. Keely likes beak too. If you find Keely, she'll be eager for the word. Go home to Keely, beak. She'll keep you safe till Donnelly comes back. I have watched it, but not played it, Ultragorth. I don't quite go that far. I think we've mentioned this before. I usually get Meteor Rain in Disc 1.
Talk to me.
Oh, thanks for bringing my brothers back together. I know they're tough, but they're even tougher when they're side by side. There's a whole lot of Twilight out there. Yeah, put the gals hard at ease. They've already left to hunt down the Etin that led the attack on the Dunewald. I asked them to at least give you a chance to catch up, but I'm just still waiting in their blood.
Watch your back.
There are technically vampires in World of Warcraft. I am referring, of course, to the Sand Lane. I actually like the Sand Lane. They're probably the most clever form of vampires I've seen in fiction. I guess that's not saying much, but I do like the way they're presented. The idea is every... Oh, hey guys.
How are ya?
Let's do it.
Off with you.
Let's give him a proper Dunewald hammer. Welcome, my brothers. I like how all of them come together for this fight. The Sand Lane are a okay, so Blood Elves have an addiction to magic, right? They require magic to survive. So the second Lich King took the Blood Mages, took the Blood Elves, and twisted them around so that instead of requiring magic, they require blood. And thus, they are a form of undead that specifically feasts on blood in order to survive.
Great to meet you.
So, vampires. Thanks for your help. You've got a warrior spirit in you. You could have fooled me for a Wildhammer if it weren't for your, well, you know. I know Firebeard sent you to unite us. My love for that dwarf runs shallow, but you... Now we've got plenty of reasons to make enemies of Twilight. If you see him, tell him that when the battle starts, the Dunewald family will be there.
Watch your back.
Yeah, they would, Kay. And yeah, they would, because there is such a thing as overdose. I think the reason I like the Sand Lane in general is because it wouldn't work with anything else. You know, there's like no other race that you could create a vampire out of like you did with the Sand Lane. In fact, I'm not even sure at this point in time you could actually make a new vampire. Like if the Lich King suddenly came back into power, I'm not sure you could make a new Sand Lane, because the Blood Elves with the absence of the Sunwell don't exist anymore. The Sunwell's been reignited now. You know. You mean when I level my Paladin to 101? Absolutely not, there's him. Hey, Thundermar, I remember this. We attacked this place as the Horde because we were idiots. Now, in fairness, it was the Dragon Maw, but they're still idiots.
What's on your mind?
Curse the Dragon Maw. They kill our birds, attack our families, take our land. Even as the world crashes around us, they still assault our homes. If your alliance wants the help of the Wildhammer, there's only one way to win us over. Stop the Dragon Maw. He here what? He calls me a coward. Just like a Firebeard, all hot air and not a lick of sense. I've been here in the bearing the brunt of Dragon Maw invasion from the south. Much of Thundermar's ruins. Do any of the other clans take up the help? No! Old Thundermar is on his own. You better believe I'm using everything in my arsenal just to stem the tide.
Safe travels.
The Dragon Maw. Monsters, all of them. We've fought them up and down these Highlands since the last war, and now they're joining forces with the Horde. If you're going to convince us Wildhammers to unite under the Alliance banner, you'd best prove yourself to the Dragon Maw. Against the Dragon Maw. Wade into battle and kill the crap out of them.
Watch your back.
That's actually kind of cool, Necro. Because it would make sense that there would be a survivor from, you know, the old days. Before you go, be sure to hop by the inn behind me. My sister Fanny's inside. Refugees are pouring in from all the torched Wildhammer settlements around us. And I put Fanny in charge of them. She's tough as talons, that one.
Off with you.
She might need your help. Okay. I'm gonna guess it's this one. Yay!
Welcome.
Me brother sent you. Oh, good, I could use a death knight. Can you hold your own in a fight?
Safe travels.
Supplies are short. We've got refugees coming up from Thundermar up and down the ridge. That's a lot of mouths to feed. Plenty of food stores were left behind as people pulled their families to safety. We need that food.
Watch your back.
What can I do for you?
It's not a boast to say that we Thundermars brew the finest ale in the Eastern Kingdoms. It's 220 proof. Yeah, you heard me. As folks fled from the south of the town centre, they were forced to leave behind their ale. He pauses, allowing the gravity of the situation to soak in. Get it, Bach! That stuff will turn even the stingiest of warriors into a whirlwind dervish of mouth foam and destruction.
See you soon.
If you're noticing, these are basically the exact same quests we did on the Dragon Maw. Just, you know, the other side of things. In fact, I feel like there should be another one over here. Which I'm going to check for really quick. No? Okay. Except in the Wildhammer, we're saving the brew rather than detonating it. And we're not getting the food for a single guy, we're getting it for, you know, anybody who can eat. Ah, sorry, I saw your question earlier, Uldrith, and I completely spaced it. I'm down with the idea of playable furbogs. I feel like there's a few other races I'd kind of like to have playable first. I know, I'm selfish, I'm sorry. But I do absolutely am in favor of more playable races, including furbogs. Yeah, I've been, in response to what Bragwin said, I've been kind of crossing my fingers on the idea that while I'm doing the lore run... Oh god, that's horrifying. The idea that there might be, like, an announcement about Legion while I'm doing the lore run. I mean, we had Chronicles announced during the lore run, and come out during the lore run, so, you know. We don't have that much, relatively, of the lore run left. We're well over the halfway point at this point. We have Pandaria left. And the rest of Kata, which is today's journey. And then Warlords. And that's it. Only 2 expansions left, guys. Yeah, okay, so we're not, like, super close to being done, but still. You may or may not recognize this is the exact same spot we attacked on the Dragon Maw earlier. That would be funny, Necro. That would be perfect timing, too. But yeah, as you can see, we have now claimed this spot in the name of the Wildhammer, because, yeah. First, we gotta get more brew. Alright, be honest with me, guys. How many of you would drink 220 proof alcohol? Notice we're getting more and more drunk as we capture it. Why are we drinking as we're getting the kegs? Oh god, yeah, we're almost at smashed point here. Oh god. Oh god. I'd probably have a little more warning about it than that, Braven. Yeah, seriously, up, and we are... Oh, no, we're not quite smashed. We're like inches from smashed right now. Look at this. Oh, God. Oh, God. Oh, God. Okay, I'm good to fly. Here, let me just take my hands off the controls and see how we fly. Oh, jeez, we can't even stay in the air. Okay, there we go. Hands off the controls to show how drunk we are. Oh, God. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Okay. No, that way, that way. Okay, that way. Okay. Okay, okay. Oh, alright.
You got my attention.
How goes the fight, Death Knight? Look at that. That's quite a collection of trophies you have there. I'll spread the word. If a single Alliance Death Knight can do this, imagine what the rest of your lot can accomplish. Yeah, I hate to point this out, but I'm actually not, like, your standard rank and file, so... That's what I'm actually hoping, Bitmuck, legitimately.
Off with you.
Legion will not come out before I'm done with the lore run. But the odds of the acclamation patch coming out, that's pretty high.
Hi.
Get me that ale. Hey, you haven't been skimming off the top, have you? Oh, aye, we get a few kegs of these boys out to the front. We're gonna see some fireworks. Thank you, Xylem.
Safe travels.
Great to meet you.
Got some weeds? Oh, it's good. Hardly a worm or weevil to be found. This is a lifesaver to the folks who have fled here for survival.
Safe travels.
You got my attention.
Shogal keeps track of all his minions through these funny magical balls he calls Eyes of Twilight. If you could get me hands on one of those, I bet I could use it to look at Shogal and see what his creeps are up to.
Watch your back.
I don't know, I tried that before, and Garona didn't have much luck either.
Need assistance?
Oh my god, a non-dwarf. Greetings, Death Knight. I come from the High Bank Advanced Scouting Unit, trying to win over the Wildhammer here in Thundermar. Their Griffin Riders are having a tough time bringing down the Dragonmaw Drake Riders. I've got a plan for a contraption that'll help, but I'm going to need supplies. Lots of supplies. Can you help? First things first, we're going to need ammunition. Ammunition powerful enough to pierce the armored hide of a black drake. West of Thundermar is Wildhammer Town that's been overrun with unbound fire elementals. Any weapons left behind in that conflagration will have been tempered in the elemental flame. Tougher than anything I could whip up at this forge. Find me the spears. The pointier, the better.
Off and away.
I have a plan to quadruple the recommended torque for a standard spear gun of this size, but according to my calculations, the act of firing the weapon could shatter the casing, and possibly cleave the planet in two. I can weld together a chassis 100 times stronger if we find a good source of elemental flame for the smelting.
Be seeing you.
As you well know, the amount of energy stored in a conventional spring is equal to 1/2 the spring's elasticity times the displacement squared, unless you're using an elementium spring. Then the numbers get obscene, mathematically grotesque. I need some elementium loops for my secret weapon, and it just so happens that Twilight's hammer are using coils like that to bind the earth elementals. Oh,
Alrighty then.
how convenient. That would be cool.
What can I do for
I
you?
doubt it, though. That would be pretty cool, Uldreth. I just heard some terrible news from the west. We've lost Humboldt's dead, wiped off the face of the planet in a wall of fire. The Twilight's hammer's to blame. The survivors say it was the work of one Magma Lord Falthazar. He's an ascendant, what we call the highest echelon of the Twilight Hammer's cultists, who've become one with the elements. It's a creature of pure fire.
See you soon.
There are several other types, but I can't describe them because they're all individual, if you know what I mean, Toby. Still drunk. Oh, God. Yeah, we're almost done with the Alliance, by the way, so if you haven't voted, get your votes in now. It's going to be cut off pretty soon. So yeah, this used to be a town. I know it's hard to tell because we're drunk right now. But yeah, this used to be a town. See this? This is why the Alliance and the Horde fighting each other right now is stupid. The Twilight Hammer is like, you know, while they're fighting each other, we could burn them to the ground. Well, that's a great idea, boss. Anything else we should do? Yeah, burn everything else while you're there. I don't think we're going to find any resistance. Good idea, boss. Yes, it was all part of my plan to count on the Alliance and the Horde, both being stupid. That sounds like a safe bet, boss. It is, and that's why I'm the boss. Touché, boss. I suppose the other standard type of quest, Toby, would be the escort quest. Bonk. And I suppose vehicle quests, if you want to broadly categorize, qualify as another one. What happens if you drink like 20 potions, Kay? I think we're almost not drunk. No, we're still a little drunk, as you can see here. Whoa, there! Okay, that was the ground. Whoa, no. Stop trying to go... Okay, Sky's okay. I'm okay with Sky. We're not really making any progress while we're up here. Can we go down now? Okay, there we go. Good, good. Keep going down. No, no. Keep going down. There you go. There you go. You know, it's good. Ah, down I go. I think the point is supposed to be that we're drunk while steering. My thoughts, Night Dawn. Huge, huge thumbs up. And it's canon. So, even more huge thumbs up. Ultra huge thumbs up. Oh my god, Kay, I need to do that immediately. Someone get me 20 potions, like right now. Right, I should go do that real quick. So this is basically the exact same quest. So we're not even going to read that one. Actually, Kay, have you ever seen the Meet the Pyro video? Because that's what I'm picturing. Do you believe in magic? Boop-a-doo-boop-a-doo. Correct. Okay. God, I'm still drunk. That... I know 220 proof is technically impossible. But, wow! That alcohol. Holy crap. I wonder if you could, like, magically augment booze to be even more alcoholic. Like, we have the idea of the opposite. Magical or technologically augmented alcohol that is less alcoholic. So, flavor with... different flavor, but, you know, flavor without the side effects. So, could we make something even more alcoholic, I wonder? I do know what you mean, Tara, but if you're paying attention, the time for that has come and gone. So I'm afraid poor Matthew will never get a chance to speak his true feelings for Miss Kendall. Also, I think she died. And if she didn't, I screwed up, because I was deliberately picking someone who was, like, going to be screwed over when we went back. Alright. Yeah, we already did Homefront, so we can't... It's over, we can't do it now. It's all over. You know what I like, though? Is Christine Kendall is like Bragwin. In that they're both impossible pedestal girls. They're up there on that pedestal. You can never reach them. You know, they're just...
What's on your mind?
All these years, old Humboldt thought his worst problem were the Glopgut ogres. Then the Twilight's hammer came. In an instant, they set the whole valley ablaze like it was a birthday cake. Heartless. Aye, that's him. Can you believe this thing was human once? Oh, that was me throwing up. Can you believe this thing was human once? That's the Twilight's hammer for you. What they don't destroy, they corrupt. Thank you, Death Knight.
Safe travels.
Pleased to meet you.
Spears? Yes, my rapid-fire spear gun would be rendered ineffective without them. Look at that. Ow! Pointy. Hot. These spears should be cut through that dragon hide like an electric cheese slicing apparatus through butter.
You have a great day now.
Do you have the Molten Fury? No, don't put it on my hand. Here, use the tongs. Marvelous. I'll smelt this down into a delicious soup. An angry soup of molten metal.
Off and away. Can I help you?
If you start putting heaps of aluminium coils out of your backpack right now, you're going to make me one happy dwarf. Oh, terrific! These coils will decompress with the force of 1,000 suns. That's just a rough approximation, of course. Don't hold me accountable for those numbers.
Alrighty then.
Egad, they're here! They're here! I'd hoped to equip a whole army with my shoulder-mounted Drake droppers, but all I have is a single, extremely expensive, wholly untested prototype. Here, quick, take it! Shoot the Dragon Maw Black Drakes with our circling Thundermar and drop them from the sky.
You have a great day now.
Alright, bring it. I like the bazooka cannon. Look at this gun, by the way. Hang on, I gotta show you this thing. Look at this gun we're using. We've basically got a small tank cannon that we're mounting on our hands. The most unlikely race class combination. Tauren Warlock. That's funny, because the Taurens have... Well, there are Taurens who have no problem using void energies, so... Bam. Down you go. I love the noise it makes. Most unlikely. Well, as much as I would love to play one, I have to admit a Forsaken Druid would probably be pretty unlikely. Because, yeah. I'd love to play one. In fact, I'd turn my own Druid into a Forsaken in a heartbeat. But it's pretty unlikely.
Hi, how are you?
Oh, you did it, Xylem! Alliance ingenuity to the rescue. Of course, I don't have anything to help you fight the dismounted riders now that they're on the ground. You're a Death Knight. Improvise.
Be seeing you.
Xylem!
How are ya?
I'll hand it to you and your Alliance friends. You've really worked the Dragoma over. Many of their riders are dismounted, but they're still coming after us. My defenders will be overrun without your help. Oh, look, I'll kill them. One killed dead Dragon Ma. 2 dead Dragon Ma. 3 dead Dragon Ma. We're actually up to 5. 6 dead Dragon Ma. There will be no end to the destruction of the Dragon Ma. Bam. Alright. Any more?
Hi.
Oh, you should know your way out on the battlefield, Death Knight. Looks like they're about to fall back. All we need is one decisive blow. There's one Dragoma amongst this lot. They call him Nockrel. You remember him? The Drake Tamer. I don't know where he gets his power over these beasts, but the black terror he rides is as nasty a brute as ever took the skies over Highlands. Xylem Nockrel's the fiend who took me father's life and left Thundermar in my hands. I can't take him alone, but I've seen what you're capable of. Together we can end this.
Off with you.
So,
Watch your back.
remember this? That's Nockrel, aka the idiot who wanted to prove that he could take out the Thundermar in order to... Hey, come here. In order to become the new war chief of the Dragon Maw. Ow! And, so, we, the player characters, actually kill him. In a few minutes, the Horde player character will come along to take the Dragon Chain from him.
Great to meet you.
Oh, we did it, Xylem. Nockrel Rakekrol flies dead at my feet, and the Thundermar weared the storm of drakes. This wouldn't have been possible if it wasn't for the help of the Alliance. I owe you a debt I don't think we'll ever be repaying. After the licking we just gave him, the Dragomar assaults on the Thundermar ought to stop. Maybe the Wildhammer do have a place for your Alliance. We Thundermar certainly owe you a debt. Up in Kirkhaven, our Grand Shaman Lachin McGrath has been trying to arrange a summit between the surviving Wildhammer family leaders. It's a tall order to get us working together, but I'm at least willing to give it a go.
See you soon.
Yes, that's right. Wildhammer families hate each other and work... Well, I shouldn't say hate each other, but they don't work together so much that the idea of them all uniting is actually kind of alien to them.
What can I do for you?
Ugh, you again. Oh, you found one. A genuine Eye of the Twilight. Let me see. Oh, God, it's looking at me. It's looking right back. I need a drink. Can you face that thing towards the wall or something? I'll be honest, that thing gives me the willy willies. But seeing as you're going to all the trouble of bringing it here, I suppose we ought to put it to use. You first. Peer into the eye. Ask it to show you Cho'Gall or the Passion of Twilight or whatever. We'll find out what that fat two-headed bugger's up to and use it against him.
Watch your back.
Pretty sure it's the same cutscene, but I'm still going to let it play because it's an awesome cutscene. To wit.
The Alliance has made landfall, Master, and in great numbers upon the shore.
This changes nothing.
Nothing changes. Crush them. Crush!
What of our agents in Stormwind?
Stormwind! The eye sees into the city heart!
Bring me the eye.
Our agents have been outed and killed, Master.
Blaspheme! Blaspheme, disgust, hate!
No matter. Where one eye closes, another opens.
The Master sees all! The Master knows all!
We will know our enemies' hearts, for they are weak. The eye, now. The shadow of the Master covers this world.
Darkness! All darkness!
Our enemies fight one another across the Highlands. Fools.
Blood!
Wait! There is another. A mortal dares peer into the eye.
Ha! Brave little plaything!
I see you, little one. You want to see what the eye sees, do you?
Show it all!
Behold the chaos to come.
Madness! Bliss!
Do you like what you see, mortal?
The Master sees you! He sees! He wants and wants!
Seriously. Love those voice actors.
How are ya?
I just see Zalem. Chogal. Wait, he saw you? Oh, that wee sneaky eye. Looks both ways. That cheeky looker. Where's me hammer?
Off with you.
Smash. Quit looking at me, a big purple eye blaze. Ah, blasted old Xylem. Depends on if we can give them what they want, Uldrith. Wow, it's a bit of a close vote. Looks like the Horde's still winning, though. As they should.
You got my attention.
Hello, Death Knight. Keegan Firebeard told me all about your heroics down south. Thank you for all your efforts on behalf of the Wildhammer. I see Colin Thundermars right behind you. Someone's ready to begin. Please stay and see how things unfold.
Safe travels.
Friends, the Wildhammer way of life is threatened. Our enemies are too numerous for us to remain isolated from each other. We must unite. Unity! Now! The Thundermars weren't exactly uniting when them Twilight Shaman tore open our stronghold to the shore. Oh, that's just like a Firebeard. Can't see past your wee fat nose. We were up to our arses and elbows in Dragaba, but did you send a single bird to help? No! Gentlemen, please. Thundermar, if it wasn't for holy ground, I'd pop you one so hard your shoes would be left standing. I don't have to take part of this. I'll be part of no alliance that has Firebeard in it, and that's me final word. Oh, this will be harder than I thought. Good night, Darker.
What's on your mind?
There we go. There's Kerr. Say, where's the next quest?
We must unite the Wildhammer clans.
I don't think we could give them the Sunwell Necro, but that doesn't mean there aren't other possibilities. Although, Legion spoilers in 3, 2, 1, this is your last verbal warning. We know the Legion actually destroys the new Well of Eternity on Hyjal in Legion. I find myself thinking now that maybe that was a specific move on their part to prevent us from using it to purchase demons to our side. Oh, we need to make this work, Salam. The answer's in the blood. Family bonds have kept these Wildhammer clans apart from one another. It'll take family bonds to glue them back together. It's a long shot, but we're going to have to play matchmaker. I'll track down Colin, talk with him. You're a smooth one. You should talk to Keegan. He's sharp enough to understand a political marriage. Ugh. Hang on, I just want to say this about political marriages. Ugh. Anyways.
Great to meet you.
Oh, Curden's talking marriage. Did you just see me and old Thunderface telling each other no ones? The only eligible Thundermar is Fanny. Now I'll give you this, she's got the looks, all lumpy in the right places if you hear me. But she's not something the Firebard looks for in a woman, alright?
Watch your back.
Well, speak of the devil in a blue dress, Fan. Oh, sorry.
See you soon.
Help! The Glopgut ogre stormed Thundermar while Colin was here at the summit. They kidnapped me, Fanny, and ran for the hills. Colin's massing the Thundermars for a full-on assault to the Glopgut's Hollow.
Hi.
Well, speak of the devil in a blue dress. Fanny's gone and gotten herself kidnapped. I don't trust the Thundermars to be able to mount a rescue on their own. I'll come up in me Griffin Riders and provide some air support. I'm sure they can use a little extra death knight around there. Grab your gear and look for Colin.
Safe travels.
I would also... We don't want to look at that yet. I would also imagine that the observers would be easy to sway. Remember, when you're a warlock, the few times you get to talk to your own minions, your observer is always the one who's helpful and polite and nice and kind. The others, not so much. The imp is, of course, impish. I mean, what do you expect? Now, I know what you're thinking. Why would an ogre kidnap a dwarf? Two reasons. One, food. The other, more food.
You got my attention.
Oh, it's good to have you. This is the highlight of it. It's good to have you fighting on my side again, Xylem. And I see the Firebirds have come as well. I suppose they'll provide a distraction while me and my boys do the heavy lifting.
Off with you.
That's what you said last night, Bregwin. They have started deterring this camp apart, but there's no sign of Fanny. Maybe you can find her. We haven't checked behind the cave to the northwest.
Safe travels.
Glopgut ogres. I'd say they were dumb as a sack of hammers, but I have more respect for hammers than that. We've fought off their raid for years, but if they're bold enough to steal one of our own, we're gonna have to teach them a lesson. Smack them around a bit. Kill their pounders, hurlers, bashers, I don't know. Just kill them all.
See you soon.
Ugh. Snuffle, snuffle, snuck. Damn it, Bregwin. Not what I meant. Is this the one? No, it should be like up here. No, I think that is it. I've always found it amusing that ogres selectively breed only the largest wolves to serve with them. At least I assume it's kind of an artificial selection situation. Where? Xylem? What are you doing here? Is that Keegan Firebeard behind you? Notice she killed these three ogres. I'm here to rescue you. It took your sweet time, didn't you? The ogres. You killed them. Aye, they were getting a wee handsy, so I took care of it. Come on then, I'm done here. Hearts. Oh, did you see that, Xylem? What a woman! She's a real powder keg, that one. She'd make a fine Firebeard. You think the Thundermars would go for it? This is awesome. I admit I'm a sucker for a happy ending, so I like the fact that we suggest a political marriage, which of course just makes you go, ugh. But then the political marriage actually happens to be between two people who actually genuinely like each other and actually hit it off. So that makes me smile. Funnily enough, that's actually kind of a common theme in Warcraft. Most of the politically arranged marriages in the setting end up being between two people who either like each other to begin with, or grow to like each other very shortly after. In fact, Varian and his wife are a good example of this. So that's a good question, Necro. I don't know, of course, that's pure speculation, but that would be very interesting if we could actually reclaim artificial demons. That would also mean we could probably reclaim Illidan, for that matter. Yes, Ash and Rossler are another good example of the arranged but actually liked each other situation. Would I go to a Dwarven and Pandoran brewfest? Abso-frickin-lutely. I would also go to an orc one for reference. I'm telling you. It, like, you're making fun of me of this, but I mean this sincerely. The orcs and the dwarves have a common love of fun and booze. Brewfest would be a perfect initial point to get them to start working together.
What can I do for you?
Me men could learn a lot by watching you work. Good done.
Watch your back.
Oh, Fanny is safe. I hear Firebird was in there with you. Nice to see he's finally pulling his weight. Wait, why are you looking at me like that? Do you know something I don't?
Off with you.
Firebeard, marrying my sister! I swear the world's gone mad. Still, Curden's right. A nice normal wedding would ease everyone's mind and maybe cool off Firebeard a little. It was actually pretty great working together against the ogres. Alright then, it's all up to Fanny. Something tells me she won't want to be tied down. Fly back to Kirkcave and see if she's game.
See you soon.
I also like that.
Great to meet you.
The politically arranged marriage, the woman in question is being given the choice on the matter. Nice, Terabyte. And I'm not just saying that because she's a woman. I'm saying that because someone being married, in my opinion, should be given the choice of being married. But we already know the guy's in for it, because we saw that in the cave. So, if she's into it... There we go. Wouldn't it be great though, Bregman? Brewfest bringing the races of the Alliance and the Horde together at last. So there's Fanny.
Interest ya in a pint?
Fanny throws her arms up exasperated. You, Cerdin, Fairbeard, now my own brother. Everyone's got the wedding fever. Fine, fine, fine. I'll marry Keegan Firebeard. But only 'cause he's strong and handsome with a jaw that can cut gravel and an arse like an anvil. Not for any political reasons. We're gonna need your help, though. We got a whole lot of wedding to put together. Not a lot of time to do it.
See you soon.
Be sure to talk to the McGraths inside the sanctuary. They'll be orchestrating the ceremonies. So this is actually kind of cool. You remember how I mentioned Twilight Highlands is different between the Horde and the Alliance? You're really seeing that here. There was some similarities for a while there, especially when we were fighting each other. But once we get past the war effort, the Dragon Maw are off trying to, well, learn how to use the chain in order to manipulate and control the others, and the Alliance are planning a wedding. I'm not sure if we could bribe a Nethrezim or redeem, like cleanse a Nethrezim, even though I know they're natural demons. Imagine what we could do with that. Probably Permies? I don't know.
Hi.
I've written many an epic tune in my lifetime, Zalam, but this upcoming wedding deserves a very special ballad. And fast. Should I write a love song? A light-hearted ditty? A bawdy drinking song? I could use some help with the lyrics, if you fancy it. Talk to me. We'll write a song together.
Watch your back.
That would be awesome, Nicholas. The Forsaken brew awesome booze, and the dwarves are like, oh, this is great! And thus, mended fences. Let's get started. The first verse is all about Dear Fanny, but I can't quite put together. What rhymes with eyes? So we can be romantic, silly, or bawdy. What do you guys think? Should we make the overall song silly, romantic, or bawdy? I hate you, Permeus, and I want you to die, just so you know. Well, you guys decide that. You have to reach consensus and convince me, or I'll just do whatever Bregman says.
How are ya?
Oh my god, that's a lot of quests. By tradition, Wildhammer brides wear white to show their purity. In addition, they wear a crown of black feathers to show their chutzpah. Owl feathers make the boldest statement, and Fanny deserves nothing less. Tawny elves are native to the Highlands. Look for them circling near the trees that grow on the cliffs and take their feathers. You'll probably want to kill them first.
Safe travels.
It'll be an insult to celebrate a Wildhammer wedding without a drink. Gordon himself called for a few kegs of the rare Thunderbyouth lager to be sent ashore from Highbank, but the caravan can't get through the pass. Through the road east of here, around the south side. Look up for the caravan, and find a fellow named Hamelhand. Help him get the boost.
Off with you.
If everyone's gonna want to dress their best for this, then finery's in short supply in the Highlands. I understand those goblin wretches off the coast use fine silk for repairing their zeppelins. West, find a zeppelin. Kill it!
See you soon.
Finally, we're gonna need a feast. And none of that finger food stuff. This crowd wants meat. Lots of it. Gather up venison. Oh, venison. From Highland elk and those. Highland worgen are good eating too. I mean work, not worgen. Ah!
Watch your back.
Give me a second, guys. All right, for the sake of peace, I'll kill myself and let you eat me. Can I get back up afterwards? I've lost my accent. Can I get at least get back up afterwards? I guess I'm not a dwarf, so I don't have to use that accent. I don't know, Bragwin. I mean, if everything in the world was body, the world would be a terrible place. I mean, it'd be like California. Have you ever been to California? I'm kidding. California's not that bad. Okay, some places of California are that bad, but... Shut up. Point being, my dad... Oh, none of you are going to get that, I just realized. You've never been to California? Oh, Larry. Or Lassie. So, this is your caravan.
How are you?
Careful there, laddie. Between the Warg the Low and the Orcs in the Pass, a Death Knight could get himself killed up here. Yeah, I'm here to escort a delivery.
Watch your back.
Oh my god! There be ales here! Come on, tell me someone gets that reference. Every now and again I get a really clever reference, and I realize it's something most of my viewers aren't going to recognize, and I just get sad every time I do that. That's like my goal. I like referential humor, but I tend to like it more when it fits. When it makes sense. I don't just randomly want to reference something. I want it to slide into the conversation perfectly. Like that. So every time I actually manage a good reference, it's like, yeah, nailed it. Total loser. Ah, crap! Dragon Maw! There we go. Okay. So I can see no one's actually successfully convincing Bregvin of anything else. I'm afraid we may have to be, body. It's a reference to Star Trek 4. My third favorite. Tied for third favorite Star Trek movie. I'm sorry, Ricky. It's just... no one got it. Like, seriously. The mere fact that nobody is responding confirms my point that nobody got it. But yeah, Cataclysm was a little obvious for most of its references. Some of the ones were good. Some of them were not. I admittedly liked it when the German goblin started screaming about how he wanted 9 candles. 9, 9, 9! That was pretty clever, I thought. The CSI sunglasses thing, not so much. God, you guys are slow. just walk along here, then. Here, let me just turn back into human form, just to emphasize how silly this is. Oh, hang on. There we go. Ignore that thing moving in the background. It's not important, I swear. There you go. You got your booze. So there's a dwarven slash flirt, which goes something along the lines of, here's your drink. I like your hair. You idiot. I'm paraphrasing a bit, but yeah. I also told you the secret to dating dwarven women. Oh, for those of you who don't remember, it was ask them to buy you a drink. That's it. That was the full totality of it. Well, you're in luck, Mighty Mage. We've already done one of those. When we did Tales from the Borderlands. Great game to go through. I actually fully plan to go through the rest of the Minecraft thing. Speaking of which, it's time for controversial topics. So, for those of you not aware, pretty much every Tales game... No, Terra! Pretty much every Tales game that's come out has been 5 episodes, and you get all 5 episodes just for buying the game. There's no... you don't spend an additional $2 each episode. And I have been 100% in favor of that episodic format of content release ever since they started doing it. With me so far? Well, the Minecraft thing is going beyond 5 episodes. There are going to be additional episodes in the future. And those additional episodes are going to be extra money, because they're more than 5. I have heard a lot of different opinions on that. Before I say my own opinion, of course, I open the format for any of you guys who may or may not have an opinion on this matter. Feel free to share if you do. Tales of... We'll see. As ever, I make no plans for future lore runs. Because I'm in the middle of this one. I shouldn't say have as ever. It's just, while I'm in the middle of this lore run, I am not making plans for future lore runs. Hang on a sec, guys. I have to do something real quick. Real quick. This shouldn't take long. What are you doing? Oh my goodness. Hang on a second. Wow, episode 5 of Minecraft actually came out today. So I'm kind of ready to actually play through that game once we're done with WoW. It's funny that everyone is saying it depends. I agree, it does depend. What I've seen so far I enjoyed, so I'm looking forward to more, and I don't mind paying for it, because it's going over the base amount, if you know what I mean. There we go. By the way, stream quality might be a little bit weird for a minute, because Twitch is doing its thing. I'm okay with that, Necro. I don't really have any problems with that. Really, I don't. Especially if they give an option to buy it all in one chunk, so I don't have to deal with the hassle of buying each episode. Which I imagine they do for Life is Strange. Because that makes sense. Any more venison? So I was all sad about the earlier venison thing because there's an Italian restaurant around here, which I recently have started exploring. And so I was going through the restaurant. And I thought they had venison parmigiana. And I was like, oh, God, that sounds so good. I can't wait to eat that. It turns out I was mistaken because I'm apparently a frickin' moron. It was actually veal. Which I did not get. Yeah, no thank you. Anyways. But yeah, let's see. I'm kind of with you, Shmato. I'm kind of with most of you, actually. It kind of depends on the pricing and how much content they come out with. I imagine it will be the same relative price equivalent of the current 5 episodes. And I am totally okay with that. You know, more my first thought when I heard about it was, sweet, more episodes. That's exactly what I want. I wouldn't mind more episodes for Tales from the Borderlands, for that matter. So yeah, my thought was a huge net positive, but then I just heard people complain and complain and complain and talk about how incredibly unethical it is to come out with new episodes and charge for them. How dare they charge for additional episodes? I'm not sure where that's coming from. Like, if they overcharge, I get that. Or if it's like one episode and it's an additional $20, that's a little silly. But I mean, you know, I don't know. Maybe I'm just dull to the world at this point. I don't know. Of course, it all will depend, but I've already committed to purchasing it. By the way, you're welcome, Braven. I want to hear what you think of it. No spoilers, I haven't gone past episode 1. That is also true, Ricky, and I don't know. Like I said, episode 5 came out today. It's going to take effort to resist going through that now. Don't worry, I haven't even touched it. I plan on doing it all on stream, just like I did with Tales from the Borderlands. So you'll see me reacting to it live, just as if I was playing it for the first time, because I am. I suppose that could be it, Tara. It could be just the fact that so often microtransactions are a bad thing, even though microtransactions are not a bad thing. They are just abused like anything else. And that is my opinion on that in a nutshell, by the way. Microtransactions, not bad. It is how people misuse and abuse microtransactions that pisses me off. It's the same with a lot of things. DLCs, you know, that kind of a thing. Pre-orders. Digital deluxe versions. Those things aren't bad in and of themselves. It's the way that people have been abusing the snot out of them for years now. That's the issue. Regardless, I am looking forward to more Minecraft story. Come back. I need to rob you. Come back. Oh, crap. Okay. Ugh, there we go. That sounds an awful lot like work, Rory. Can we just make fun of something that we don't know? I'm not going to take off just yet because we're actually in the Horde base right now. Just wait until we're leaving the base. Don't mind me. Ah, crap. We're parked here. Run! Run! The only negative thing I personally could say is that they probably should have said in advance. Like, if it's still part of the main story, they should have said in advance, the first 5 episodes will not be all that's coming out. There will be more, But you buying the game default is going to get you the first 5 episodes just like it always does. That way people would know in advance there's more after the 5 episodes. But that announcement came out like a month ago about the fact that there'd be more episodes, so... I don't blame you, Nicholas. Really, I don't. Oh! Alright. Brigwin, what's it gonna be? What's our song gonna be, Brigwin? Has anyone convinced you away from the dark side yet? Because we still need to make this terrible, terrible song. Don't do it, Brigwin. Don't make it body. Don't do it. Don't give in.
The finest wires in the land.
No! Don't do it, Brigwin. Why? Why? You have until I finish selling stuff, because I'm doing that anyways. Inventory's getting a little bit full here. You know how you can tell I'm sentimental? I still have the candy bar from Zuldrak and the bowels and brains from Zuldrak in my inventory. And I always will. I still have those bowels and brains on my main.
Be good.
That's really a different situation, I think, Necro. Like a completely different situation. That's also a much trickier thing to maneuver around. Sims is probably the best example there, because Sims 3 really had a ridiculous amount of DLC, lots of fan mod support, lots of customization ability, and was a great game. At that point in time, the only way you're going to make... I think so, yes. Yes, Death God Scythe. I'm the only one in the world who does, but I do think so, yes. The only way for that to work is if the new game is so fundamentally better in its infrastructure as to allow more in the future. Because let's say Sims 4 wasn't a colossal trash heap for a second. I know, it's hard to think about that, but bear with me. What if it had a lot of new stuff under the hood that really enabled new types of gameplay, new functionality? And I'm not talking about the stupid emote system, I mean all sorts of stuff. So many new things you could have done with it. And even if it was just the beginnings of that, the fact that there's now that bedrock to build off of means that at that point the new game is justifiable from moving on from Sims 3 on. You follow me? That is correct, Bitmonk, yes. Instead of doing what Sims 4 actually did and removing features and being worse in every way. Alright, Bragwin, fine.
What's on your mind?
What rhymes with eyes? Thighs. I see what kind of Death Knight you are. Now then, the second verse is all about Fanny and Firebeard getting together. What rhymes with professed? Chest. Okay, I think I can make that work. Last verse. A rousing celebration of love to call the Wild Hammer to action. All I need is a rhyme for unite. Tight. Because... Bragwin.
Safe travels.
In Thundermar the tales proclaimed of a bold lass destined for fame, with emerald green eyes and a big man-crushing thighs, and Fanny, a most fitting name. All Firebeard he made her his quest, on the one knee his love he professed. Oh, Fanny, Fanny, do marry me, can ya? I loves you, and I loves your chest. I screwed that one up a little bit. Now let cheering dispel the twilight, and let the wild hammers unite. They're short, they're stout, but no man can doubt. Firebeard and his Fanny are tight. Thank you, Russell Brower.
Hi.
That's catchy, that's for sure. But is it a classic?
Off with you.
Only one way to tell.
What's on your mind?
I've got Fanny's feathers.
Safe travels.
Ugh. Russell the Bard's always raving about Thundermar Lager. Guess he doesn't have the kick of Wildhammer brew, but he goes on and on about the body and the flavour. I guess we'll find out, huh?
See you soon. Great to meet you.
How'd the air raid go? Oh, aye. Kilts for gents, gowns for the bridesmaids. Just don't tell the ladies they're wearing clothes fit for a blimp.
Watch your back.
How's the food situation? Look at that, you're practically bent double under the weight of all that meat. I'll get my people cooking.
See you soon. Talk to me.
We're ready to begin for the Wild Hammer wedding. But I have it on good authority the Twilight's Hammer may try to disrupt the ceremony so as to demoralize and destroy the Wild Hammer. Things could get dangerous. For this reason, I'll be performing the ceremony myself, so I can keep the bride and groom close to me. Sounds like a plan? Good. Since her father's dead, and her brother's the best man, Fanny has asked you walk her down the aisle. What an honor. Actually, that is a really big deal, culturally speaking. Oh.
Off with you.
Where's the frickin'... One moment. I need heat. There we go.
Watch your back.
I already sang the song. Go away. Beaky! I mean Beak. His name is just Beak. We're gonna rename him Beaky. Our big day, Firebeard. The Wildhammer United can never be stopped. I hope you're right, Curtin, my old friend. I never doubt it. Here, allow me to give you my wedding gift. It's a griffin egg. The only surviving egg of me late griffin, Skyree. Honor it and care for it. Her child is yours. Curtin, no! I couldn't! Skyree was a legend. I can't... I'll not hear a word of it. The egg is yours. I want you to see how committed I am to this union, and how committed the Alliance is to the Wildhammer cause. Aye, thank you, Curtin. Ah, look, here comes Xylom, escorting the bride. I like how he's still got his shoulder piece on over his fineries. Death. And she actually looks pretty nice in that outfit. And I look even nicer. The skull shoulder just really sold that shot right there. Ladies and gentle dwarves, we gather here in the shadow of Thunderstrike to honor the union of Fanny Thundermar and Keegan Firebeard. May their bond be as eternal as the wind, wave, stone, and fire. Do you, Keegan and Fanny, accept one another into your lives, that two may become one, in union everlasting? Ignore the things over there at the corner, I swear they're not important. Ah, then by the powers vested in me... The powers vested in me! Ah, by blood and shot! Yeah, tell me if you didn't see this coming, by the way.
I will consume your lifeblood in the name of the Master.
Yeah, totally freaking saw that coming. Goodbye. Brussel Brower begins to play a wedding hymn. Stand near him to receive its effects. Oh yeah. Screw off, you filthy Twilights. That's why, Rory. Actually, there's more to it than that. Oh, we did it fighting Xylom. Fighting that thing side by side really brought the Wildhammers together. The heads of the family are more united I've ever seen them. Drink up and celebrate. Of course, our work is only beginning. I'll rally our new Wildhammer reinforcements with the rest of the Alliance. Prepare to storm the Bastion. I'm sure we'll see you together soon enough.
What can I do for you?
So, can't believe it. Me own flesh and blood, me own son, throwing his lot in with those fiends from the Twilight's Hammer. Just see what he became after he started to the wedding. Oh, why? Why? It's that beast. That enormous mouth, the maw of madness. My son said it spoke to him, but I thought it was just nightmares. The Elden Ring is trying to destroy it.
Safe travels.
Also, this guy says
How are
that was
ya?
the best wedding ever. I just feel like adding that. So I'll answer your question simply, Rory. The Wildhammers are not actually a unified force like most other groups. You know, all the Bronzebeard dwarves, all the different clans, they're all unified. All the different Dark Irons, well, they're totally separate, but you get my point. All the different human forces are pretty much unified, etc. But the Wildhammer dwarves are like 6 different tribes who were all completely scattered and separate, and easy pickings for the more unified Twilight's Hammer group. This was our attempt to get them unified through political marriage, and the Twilight's Hammer's last chance to wipe out the Wildhammer for good. This may seem like a dumb move on their part, and it kinda was, because it unified them by presenting them a common enemy. However, the goal was not the unification so much as the annihilation. If that attack by the Twilight's Hammer had actually succeeded at this wedding, that would have been the end with regards to the Wildhammer. That would it. That'd be it. The Wildhammers would be here, I should say, would be finished. That was the priest, yes, Necro? Not of the groom, just the priest in general. That was also the son
You got my attention.
of this guy, Lachlan McGrath. He's also the guy who warned us the Twilight's Hammer would attack, funnily enough. Let's see what the poll results are, because we're officially unified now. Horde it is. So the Alliance... Well, we're going to blow our cooldown really quick. It's time to finish up the Twilight Highlands, ladies and gentlemen. We actually are only about halfway through the Highlands, believe it or not. This is a very large zone if you count the Alliance and Horde exclusive content, which I am. As someone mentioned earlier, it's interesting to think of how much bigger Cataclysm would be if they didn't spend so much time with Eastern Kingdoms and Kalimdor. Although,
Looking to buy?
I'm still okay with them doing that because I love the revamp.
Travel safe.
Yeah. Let me just get in position here really quick, guys. Unfortunately, the Alliance town in Pandaria is worse because the Hearthstone is not right next to the portal room. Because the Alliance is inferior. Or something, I don't know. Alright. Let's finish this up. Wow. First, we'll do the Crucible of Carnage. We might be able to solo it. Maybe, maybe, maybe. We're only doing this to revisit a couple of things, and because it's fun. If we fail, I'm not going to keep trying. But yeah, from this point on, even though there are technically Horde and Alliance NPCs, it's completely identical quests. We are unified in our strength against the Twilight's Hammer. We're finally not killing each other. What a strange thought, eh?
Talk to me.
YOLO, one lovely looking killing machine.
Be seeing ya.
By the way, see that? That's Xena, the warrior kitten.
Time is money, friend.
Tell you what, buddy, this place is far cry from the rolling hills of Nagrand or the Blood Bowl in Zoldrak. But hey, I'd go where the gold's at. So welcome to Twilight. Look, you're new to this pit, so let me set you straight. I'm the fight promoter. This troll next to me is Woden, my bodyguard. You're the entertainment. When you want to fight, let me know. Set up a match.
Have a good one.
Alright, first fight is against a Ogren. Here we are! Once again, ladies and gentlemen, the epic struggle between life and death in the Crucible of Carnage. For this round, we have Valvaxis versus a really fat ogre. Seriously, that's all we could come up with on short notice? What am I paying you for? Whatever. Let the fight begin against Herp Derp. Funny thing, this is actually one of the more challenging fights in my opinion. At least doing this back in the day. Yeah, we're way over level for this. We got that. Not bad, friend. You might make some gold out there if you manage to stay alive.
What's up?
See you around, Terra. Oh, you're gonna love this one. The Wildhammer heard you're entering, and they're determined to make sure you don't leave. Time for some good old Blood Elf on Dwarf action.
Keep it real.
If you do this as a Alliance, it's Dragon Maw instead. I had a theory about them, Necro. I don't know if it's true anymore or not. After the Chronicles, I'll still share the theory when we get to, I guess Dragon Soul. Got a little something special for you this time, folks. You ain't half the man of this half man. Valvaxis versus the vicious Wildhammer, Sully Kneecapper. This match is sure to be short. Okay, I'm done. Let the bloodbath begin. Hey, Sully. I'm right here, buddy. You can... My little sister could bet a lot of you. This is no arena, it's a nursery. Really? Well, okay. If you insist, buddy. Down you go. No love in your heart for dwarves, I see. Actually, I love dwarves. They're pretty awesome. But he was trying to kill me.
Yo!
I don't care what his species is if you're trying to do that. So, you remember Southern Barons? I'm sure at least some of you do. Oh,
Be good!
Hi, Myron. Back in Southern Barons. Would you like to put it towards, Myron? It's up to you. Since we're evened out at this point. There was a gentleman who was actually right over here. Where is he? Where is he? There he is. Calder Grey. Remember him? He was the one who had us build a abomination on the Southern Barons battlefield. He also, he was the guy who was like playing with the body parts like they were toys with childlike glee. Yeah, that guy. So, anyways.
Hey, how you doing?
Grim and glory, this next. Match is sure to have a crowds groaning one way or another. Calder Grey's been gathering body parts of the defeated challengers and has been building the perfect champion. The thing is this ultimate cobbled collaboration of corpsified combatants, a magnificent mashup of megal monstrosities. You ready to get messy as I am?
Keep it real.
Okay. Thank you for the donation, Myron. Glad to have you back. Hope your internet is fixed forever. We'll put that towards this suit. Even things up a bit. Imagine my surprise when I was approached by the genius-forsaken Calder Grey. My proposition with a combatant made of all the best features of our previous champions. Literally! Who could refuse the chance to challenge Calder's creation? You know what they say, if you can't beat him, join him, and in this case, you won't have a choice. Crucible of Carnage, I adore you so. Go forth, my beautiful angel. It's so very sad when one's children leave the nest, isn't it? And now it's time to fight the Cadaver Collage. Calder said, if I kill you, I get to have your parts. Hey, that kind of hurts. What are you doing? Oh god, you're overleveled, you bastard. Ew, get away from me, you creepy thing. Ultimate attack. Oh no! He inhaled too much. Destroyed, dominated, dismembered, decimated. Just like I like it. Oh, your bodies are all magnificent. If you'd be willing to take a small whiff of this chloroform, I promise you'd wake up at 10 times stronger and 100 times more unified in purpose. No? Well, my offer still stands. Come by any time and I'll make sure to give you the makeover you've always dreamed of. Whoa, when I saw that thing stumble in the arena, I thought you didn't stand a chance. But you proved me wrong. You tore it apart. No, it exploded, Rory.
Yo!
So, time to fight a Gilnean. You're gonna have your hands full with this one, pal. We got a seasoned gentleman warrior here. Hails from Gilneas. He's out to prove he's the best warrior this side of Azeroth. Better pull up those boots and zip up those pants. He's gonna get downright feral down there. The reigning champion of the Crucible of Carnage, Lord Jeffrey Tolvan.
Have a good one.
Who is currently undefeated. Yeah, this was completely not solvable, by the way. You needed at least 3 people who knew what they were doing, or were geared. Hailing from the semi-distant wreck of a landscape that was once Gilneas, our champion arises. Keep your pants up, Valvaxis. You want to show this guy a full moon. Who writes this stuff? So he comes in on a frickin' carriage. Hello, chaps. I have not so surprising surprise for you this eve. Yeah, I know, you're a Worgen. Oh my gosh, what a shock. Oh, he hurts. Oh my god, he hurts. Oh god, okay. Time to treat this seriously. I dare say I've had enough toying around. It's time to get my hands dirty. And then he starts attacking you with the carriage. No, he doesn't get on it. He picks it up and wields it at you. He wields a carriage at you. Take note, Rory. I'd totally allow that if you manage your strength check. Oh, you really pulled that one out. I thought you were done for when he wolfed out. Started tearing up the arena. Guess I should know by now you don't go down easy. One more.
Hey, how you doing?
Got somebody you really love to hate this time around. I wasn't sure at first if I should let him into the pit, but a fight's a fight! Who's gonna turn down some guaranteed cash? This guy hails from the Twilight Citadel itself. Comes a toasty bunch. Better move fast and watch your back.
Be good.
Not that much, Mind Blast. Holy crap. Alright, Twilight's Hammer. Happy to serve the local nefarious schemes anytime, anywhere. And today is no exception. Our final combatant hails from the distant Bastion of Twilight. Or is it Twilight Bastion? Ah, who cares? You love to hate him, and he's glad to shower his hate right back down on you. Let's get bloody! Yeah, this is an Ascendant Lord. He was actually sent to kill you. He knows how to rip fire out of the earth, as you can see there. Just out of the earth, he can just do that. He isn't hurt as much as the last guy, but he has a lot more tricky attacks. There's a lot more positioning about him, too. Looks like the title's yours. You really pulled that one out of the fire. Congratulations. I hope the coin serves you well. A lot of my fellow players and I did this because this is item level 333 gear, which was pretty damn good for the time, until to get you started for doing heroics, basically. So, junk. Yeah, true enough, psychotic. We'll get there, hopefully today. At the current rate we're going, I think we'll manage. Maybe? There's still a few quest hubs. There's 3 major quest hubs left in the Highlands themselves. And then we've got a decently large amount of endgame content. I'm not going to promise to finish Cataclysm today, but I'm going for it. I'm going for it. That is the goal. The Ascendant Council fight was awesome. Not my favorite council fight, but one of them. Alright, so both the Alliance and the Horde have uncovered something much worse than each other. I think it's time I finally showed you this bastard. I've been trying to hide it off the camera up until now. This is a forgotten one. This one's name is Isaroth. We're not 100% sure what Forgotten Ones are, but there are only 5 who have ever existed that we've seen on camera. 5, ever. 1 in Warcraft 3, 1 in Frozen Throne, to be more specific. 1 here, right there, Isaroth, and 3 at the Dragon Soul. That's it. I'm not saying there won't be more in the future, I'm not saying there aren't any others, but yeah, that's it. 5 of these things. These are a lot less mobile, obviously, than, say, the Naraki, the big faceless ones walking around. But they're a lot more powerful and a lot harder to kill, and they have a lot more impact. You'll see kind of what I mean. Yes, this is a creature that threatened Death Knight Arthas, one of the most powerful individuals of his particular time. Yeah, I've heard a bunch of theories about what Forgotten Ones actually are, other than, you know, disturbing. The sheer amount of motion in those tentacles is just, ugh. Obviously, the Earthen Ring is trying to deal with the situation, because of course they are.
Who you be?
Welcome, sister. You've chosen a harsh time to be joining us, but that's our fortune. We could use your help.
Be seeing ya.
It won't be taking much convincing to turn us against the Twilight, because that's already our goal. We already come here to battle, though, so you maybe need help before we can run towards the fortress. The Twilight already brought Isaroth up from the ground to the south. I'm sure you noticed. Its tentacles have been bursting from the ground all around us. We could use a hand beating them down if you're willing.
Later.
That's the other interesting thing about these things. So, it's unclear if they tunnel up through the ground, or if they replace the ground. Yeah, no kidding, Necro. What I mean by that is, okay, my original theory, which is still actually valid, is that this is what happens when you hit a chunk of earth, a chunk of the terrain, with a concentrated dose of the Curse of Flesh. In other words, rather than just turning people and creatures into fleshy things, literally turning the ground itself into flesh. That theory primarily rose from the way I interpreted the Curse of Flesh to function, and of course from the way that they were presented in the Dragon Soul, where it literally looks like the terrain just became the Forgotten Ones, rather than them tunneling up. This one looks a little bit more like it tunneled up. You can kind of see the crater here, where it's dragged itself up, and its tentacles, you know, right there, but... yeah. Why don't we go ahead and kill some of these errant tentacles around here. Yeah, this thing is gross. That's another thing about it. Like, you don't fully understand how gross it is just yet, but you will. Also, this thing is spawning Faceless Ones, Naraki. And since Faceless Ones literally grow out of the flesh of old gods, that's more fuel to the fire that these are either spawn of or lesser versions of old gods.
Relax.
Thank ya, Paladin. Little bit of breathing room helps a lot. Can you whisper it to me, Uldrith, if you don't mind? The Twilight's Hammer have destroyed a Dragon Maw town to the south, and are performing summoning rituals from within them. Offer them no respite to continue their incantations. Bring the battle to them.
Okie dokie.
Greetings, traveler.
We are preparing a ritual that may be of use in destroying Iseroth, the old god-bred abomination the Twilight Hammers brought up from the depths. We are delayed, though, for one of our strongest was captured during an assault on the encampment. Earth-color Yiva. She is not dead, I am sure of it. Please rescue her.
Go in peace.
/W space Arshingaya.
Quickly! Quickly!
I'm new to this gig. Hey, it's Goldmine again. Remember him? He was in Deepholm. I'm new to this gig. Very new, but you know what? That gives me perspective. These shaman buddies of mine have come upon something great, but they're too single-minded. They lean on the elements. They forget to make use of the common materials around them. The ruins to the south, I saw those Twilight goons toting in barrels of flammable oil. They use it when they raise the town. I say we use it when we raise them.
Hit the road!
What's funny is I actually adhere to that idea. I've actually taken to referring to that as the Harry Potter effect. AKA, the wizards who are truly great in the Harry Potter setting, in my opinion, were the ones who knew how to use and understand technology and muggle ways, in addition to magic. Rather than leaning so heavily on magic, they became complacent and stagnant. Oh, God. Hope you enjoy it, Rory. No spoilers, please. Like I said, I'm still on episode 1. You know, I wonder what Cindered Forgotten One tastes like. Oh, this odor is so rare and so foul. Oh, excuse me. I was gonna say something I can't remember now. Oh, well, it doesn't matter. I wonder what corrupted chicken tastes like. Fell chicken. Ooh. Old god chicken. No? How about, oh shoot, what's it called? Hang on a second. That's gonna bother me. I do love me some self-roasted chicken. Ah, that's it. What about some strained chicken? How would that taste? Infernal. Salmonella. Blah, blah, blah. Strain. Strain. It's a wild star thing.
Each day is a
Oh,
blessing.
thank the elements that you've... Not a dwarf. Thank the elements that you... Oh, thank the elements that you've come. Did my brother send you? It goes without saying I had no desire to stay here. I've lost my accent. But there are materials we need to secure for the ritual. I delayed to secure them, and that is what led to my capture. I will return to the circle, but I would be indebted to you if you would finish what I could not. We need hearts from the bound elementals the Twilight Hammer enslave. The elementals are without hope, but in this sacrifice they can extract their revenge.
Be kind to those less fortunate.
For those of you who don't get the point there, that means even fire elementals, which I remind you are on their side thanks to Ragnaros, are being enslaved and basically tortured by the Twilight's hammer. So, oh, okay. I don't know, I hear Mutalisk wings are pretty good, actually. By the way, for those of you who don't know what I mean by the strain, let me see if I can find the movie file for you. I might replay Wildstar one day just to finish the story. I actually liked the story of Wildstar. Yeah, no kidding, Psychotic. I doubt he gives a damn. Would you believe I have no idea what you're talking about, Nicholas? The hell's? No, no, this is not it. This is it, maybe. Yeah, this is it. If anybody doesn't know what strain is, that video will explain everything. Like, seriously, that's all you need to know about strain, really. Oh, the title screen. Yeah, of course I do. Why wouldn't I? That is correct, Zakuras. They do like to torture and consume elemental energies to ascend. Because dark shamanism, as we've already discussed. We here at the Twilight's Hammer like putting the E in evil. I know that doesn't make sense, but that's okay, because ignore the giant tentacles. They are your friends.
Go! Go!
Wonder what happens when you douse an elemental with that stuff. Jumbo super bonfire elemental? I'm thinking so. We'll have to try. Oh, now that's what I'm talking about. Can you think of all the uses for this stuff? I definitely can't. But I can think of a lot. And I'm lacking the possibilities.
Careful out there.
Krona Kai Christo.
You recover the hearts. Oh, thank you, Valvoxus. You're quite capable. I'm extremely grateful you've chosen to aid us.
Blessings upon your family.
Eloman.
Revenge is bittersweet, but I'm glad we be having someone as powerful as you. We are ready to attack the beast. First, we need to destroy the tentacles. Then Yiva will perform a ritual to summon a powerful fire elemental we drop into its maw. I want you to fly out with our first group. Hold steady till an opportunity presents itself. Then join the battle with the rest of the shaman and cutting the tentacle down. Take any one of the griffins when you're ready to join the assault.
See ya later.
Alright, let's do this. It's time to kill Isarath. Hey, it's Mylra. Here we go. Hang on tight. We'll be seeing Mylra again in Legion, by the way. I don't feel like that's a spoiler. It's just... thought I'd share. Oh yeah, this thing is much nicer up close. Oh yeah, yeah, that's the stuff. Oh, watch those tentacles. The reach is frightening. Alright. Let's not think about the mouth there. Okay, maybe let's... Oh god, its tentacle got me. Its tentacle got me. Oh god, what am I gonna do? What am I gonna do? Okay, it's okay, it's okay. I'm falling into the center. It's okay, someone cast a wind spell on me. Oh, thank god. Thank you, Mylra. Thank you. Alright, now all I have to do is kill a forgotten one from the inside. This looks safe and doable. Notice how many bones are in here, by the way. Just food for thought. Alright.
May the light embrace you.
Ah, the tentacles swept us off our griffins as well. They're far more nimble than we anticipated. Oh, no matter. We are prepared for this possibility. I can summon the elemental from here if you can keep me safe. We know this was a possibility, but we had no idea how this beast would defend itself. Isora's body is reacting to our threat. I can complete the summoning from here, but only if you hold back his defenses. So you remember earlier we were discussing what the heck the ancients were? Out in Vashir? Not to give more evidence to this, but you see these things? This is the blood of Isorath. Little slime-looking things that act as an immune system that attack you inside its body. It's not definitive, but I just thought I'd share. So, favorite WoW title screen. Wrath, because Ice Crown. I like the music, too. Oh, there's a lot of these things in here, aren't there? I think they're getting bigger. Is anyone else seeing that? Is that just me? Yeah, they're coagulating. That's what they're doing. It's okay, I got this, guys. Cinematic trailer? Pandaria. Easy answer. Lich Kings is amazing, but Pandaria's brings me to tears every time I see it. That's kind of the direction I was thinking in Zakuras. Notice how these are actually hurting, by the way. Let's hope I'm remembering this quest correctly. Yep, I was. Thrall! Oh, thank God you're here. Oh, I bring you back from the brink of death, sister. We're in need of your aid.
Loktar, friend.
Deathwing is upon us. We need your help.
Loktar, friend.
There's no time.
What is
Deathwing struck before we could form against him. If we don't stop him, the Earthen Ring will end this day. Alright, I've got this. I'll stop Deathwings. I'll stop them. Oh, God. Yes. Yes, I am your... I will make this happen. Thrall, is there something wrong with your hand? Oh, my God. Nabundo! Nabundo's dead, guys. We failed him. That's like the first shaman ever. He was a Draenei who was a shaman on the original Draenei homeworld. You will die this day, Earthwarder. Velvoxus will see to it! This actually adds to it a lot, Psychotic, I think. No! No! Agra. This can't be. This has gone too far. Do something, you useless blood elf! My allies are giving their lives for you! There's Muln's Earth Fury. He's ripping rocks from the air. Muln falls! The earthen ring dies with him. You have failed us all, Valvoxus. Deathwing has won. The world is doomed. Huh? What? Oh, wake up, Valvoxus, we need you! We need you! You're in some kind of nightmare. So are many of the other shaman. It doesn't matter, our plan is falling apart. Some of the shaman are channeling protective orders that combat the digestive juices and keep you alive. But we need you to rescue the other shaman from the tentacles. You won't be able to defeat Iseroth without them. Don't stay out in the stomach for too long, or you'll be digested alive. Yeah, this is your digestive meter. I was asked earlier by Toby if there are different types of quests. This is a pretty different type of quest right here. Yeah. In case you missed that, what was just happening with that vision was it trying to distract us while it ate us. Alive. Oh, thanks for saving me. When you passed out, I thought we were done for. Yeah, come on, Myra. Let's get to the next shield. Come on, get in here, get in here. Recover, recover. We're in the shield. There we go. Okay, get rid of our... Oh, the power of the elements is strong here. Little wonder this is where they chose to summon a servant of the old gods. Oh, I thought for sure I was going to be the smelly beast's dinner. Yeah, admittedly there's a bit of a Sarlacc influence there. Except in this case, rather than trying to, like, emit terrifying horror within us like the Sarlacc does, this thing just tries to give us feelings of overwhelming despair, so we'll give up, and then it eats us. Like that. Yeah, this is not only one of the weakest Forgotten ones, it's also the most recent one to establish itself. Try to keep that in mind, too. The one that Arthas defeated, excuse me, Death Knight Arthas, was probably a lot stronger than this one. I'm so dizzy. Ugh. I like this, by the way. Do you know how hard it was to find a set of weapons that matched my armor? He's got the super rare claws from Hyjal. I have those claws on my monk. But yeah, this guy wouldn't digest you over 1,000 years. He'd just eat you and you're dead. This is a great series of quests. IMO. The only thing that would make it better is if, you know, the end of the world was being voice acted. Oh, that foul thing got stains all over my new robes. Alright, in the bubble, in the bubble, in the bubble. It's about time we return to the Highlands.
Good fortune.
Oh, united with the Earthen Ring, we can now survive the horrors of Iseroth. Now it's time for our vengeance to turn upon him. Iseroth's brain is revealed. The shaman you've saved should keep you somewhat safe amongst his defenses. Strike at the brain and destroy Iseroth.
Do not lose faith.
Iseroth's stomach churns as the brain is attacked. Oh god, death. Everywhere is death. Also, why is its brain in its stomach? You know what, I don't want to think about it. Ugh, got it. Can we get out of here, please? Yes, oh thank God, get me out of here. You're truly a force to be reckoned with. The beast is done with. Let's get out of here. And yes, that brain thing is almost identical. In fact, it's the same model. But it's almost identical in the way it's presented to the other one. You'll notice the tentacles have now stopped moving and curled inwards. So we're pretty sure we at least defeated this thing. We probably killed it. Asterisk.
Hey there.
Oh, you saved many of my closest allies today. I can only imagine what horrors you witnessed within Azeroth. But you have the thanks of the Erden Ring.
Okie dokie.
The Horde Ambassador's here. Good, you're back. Saving the world again, I assume. I was dispatched to establish relations with the Red Dragons in the area, but I'm finding this bunch less accommodating than the ones at Wormrest. Remember this guy, by the way? He was at Wormrest trying to make amends for what we had done. You remember that? I even talked about it back then. I have, however, been told you are the type that solves problems. A problem solver, as it were. I need you to gain the trust of Lyra Strasse at the Vermilion Redoubt. Our association with the Dragon Maw has complicated things, but I'm hoping you can ease relations. Once again, I feel personally that this guy, this one individual at least, is genuine in his desire to work together with the Red Dragons. Especially since he dispatches us to them, you know. However, the Horde's overall decision to work with the Dragon Maw probably didn't help anything there. You remember the whole Red Dragon blood thing? Yeah, they don't just go after black dragons, as I mentioned earlier. Okay, I'm going to approach nice and peacefully. Whoa, 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 hey. Listen, I'm not... Hi. Okay. Could you please... Look, I'm not... Where are you taking me? Oh, to meet Lyra Strasse. Oh, thank God. Exactly what I wanted to meet. Listen, we'd really like to talk about... Well, helping you. You've crossed into the domain of the Red Dragons, Blood Elf. I know not whether you've come on the call and beckon of your new Dragon Maw allies, nor do I really care to trust you, even if you do not. Fortunately for you, your fate is not mine to decide. Kaelin awaits you by the tree. My drakes will be watching you. Choose your words and your actions carefully, Blood Elf. Quick question. Who remembered Kaelin when you first met him? I'll be completely honest, though. It wasn't until... Well, I'll show you what I mean. It isn't a red dragon anymore, Permeus. So, I gotta be honest, I didn't actually recognize Kaelin until I saw his form. His appearance gave it away. Kaelin was one of the 3 dragons who was imprisoned in Encourage after the War of the Shifting Sands, who we actually released along with a bronze dragon whose name I don't remember off the top of my head, and Arygos, Malygos' son. We freed all of them from the Encourage when we went through there. I am playing an undead paladin, a blood elf paladin, bologna sandwich. I am glad Lyra didn't scare you off. I won't say her concerns aren't warranted, but we have a common enemy, and she is a bit overzealous. I won't be so impolite as to refuse your aid if you're offering it. We are in constant battle with the Twilight drakes and dragons to the south. Our strikes have not been entirely without success, but the dragons coming out of Grim Batol have been breathing some kind of corruption on us that takes a while to cleanse. Velastrasa and Baleflame are attending to our injured brothers. Go see if you can be of help to them. Hang on, this is going to bug me now. Who's the other one? Yes, he does, but I wasn't going to spoil that yet, Psychotic. There he is. Marithra was apparently the other one who was trapped. It was actually a green dragon, my bad. And we haven't seen her since then. Okay. Wait. Hang on. Let's make things a little bit more diplomatic, rather than running around on an undead drake who was probably at one point a red dragon. Why don't we ride around on one of these things? I'm sure this will be much more suitable, right? Okay.
Hello.
Kaelin has become very trusting. It's not often that strangers are permitted within the redoubt. Our dragons are returning from battle covered in Twilight-corrupted flame and pursued by Twilight drakes. My menders can tend to our dragons' wounds, but they must be defended. Keep the drakes off my menders. Lend your healing to them if you're able. Doing this quest as a healer is awesome, by the way. Thank you for your help with this. Our battles in Grim Batol are never ending. Ludolf, I have a task for you. Take these ruby seeds and plant them at the corpses of any dragon you find. Twilight or Vermilion, Whelpling or dragon, it matters not. We need to see their bodies return to the earth so life can continue to flourish. Okay. Alright, Psychotic. I'll get on a... I don't think I have a real Twilight. Hang on. Oh, I do. Right there. Yeah, that's... Oh, whatever. Just for you. Yes, Lifebinder is the title for Alexstrasza. Oh, by the way, Kaelin is Alexstrasza's direct son. So, he's kind of high up on the totem pole of the Red Dragons. It's a good thing he's reasonable then, because if he wasn't, we might be screwed. Yes, this is the Sartharian mount. Admittedly, I don't like using it because it's so common. And I know that's a sad reason for it, but I enjoy the wings on it a lot. Probably one of the easier mounts to get, even in Wrath. Right up there with the Bronze Drake. But yes, the Lifebinder is the title, hey Kashtar, for Alexstrasza herself. The idea that it's not just her purpose to, create life or make life or whatever, but to ensure the cycle of life continues, which also happens to involve death. In fact, they are actually very connected to death, as you might imagine. Oh, right, I'm an idiot. Now, there are a couple of red dragons who are reasonable. Let's see, one... Yeah. I believe it, Psychotic. The air drakes look amazing in shadow form. That's my personal preference. Although, I need to figure out why my shadow form isn't affecting my drakes anymore. Did they change that? Do I need a glyph to make that happen now? But yeah, as a healer, you can just heal the guy. And it's actually not that hard. They don't have that much health, so you can heal them all the way right back up. So I need a glyph now. Nah. I need to remind myself to go grab that at some point. So yes, this is the Vermilion Redoubt. This is the closest thing to an actual primary nest that the Red Dragonflight has at this point in time. Which is amusing, because I often feel like this location has to do with coincidence more than anything else. What I mean by that is, okay, so this, they were here before Grim Batol existed, right? And Glyph of Shadowy Friends, thank you, Psychotic. They were here before Grim Batol existed. And then they were Alexstrasza herself was enslaved in Grim Batol by the Dragon Soul, as I've detailed many, many, many times. No need to rehash that. I'm just amused that they kept this spot because they have actually had more than a little bit of conflict in this area. In fact, even before the Twilight's Hammer and the actual Twilight Drake showed up, they were fighting Nefarian and his forces in this area, just in order to maintain their position. Yeah, it is a bit of a shame, Permeus, but what are you going to do?
What brings you here?
We will take Grim Batol back from the Twilight's Hammer and their allies. It may take time, but this is one charge we cannot forsake. In this we deny Deathwing the destruction he so passionately seeks. In this, life continues.
I am listening.
Kaelin sent word. The Twilights are in the redoubt. If there's ever been a time you can earn his favor, this is it. Oh, I got this. Look at this. Twilight Drake, come on. No? Okay. I should be on the Earth Drake anyways. I don't know if I can remember what it's called. Ah, shoot. Is that it? That's it right there. Because we're Horde for the Horde. You can do it, Kashtar. I hope you're as tough as your gear suggests. The Twilight's hammer have made their way within the redoubt somehow, and I need someone to hunt them down. Fragile Twilight invaders litter the redoubt. They're pouring in from somewhere to the rest. There can be no mercy offered to them within this hallowed place. Whatever violence grips your moral heart, release it upon them. No, not mortal. Moral. Every inch of air and every hill surrounding the redoubt is constantly under the watchful eye of Lyra's drakes. They must have found a way into the shrine from beneath. Take this flash growth mote. It should prove more than sufficient to close any hole, tunnel, or portal they have used to get in.
What brings you
Look,
here?
I know you have no reason to be fond of me, and I'm not terribly fond of you, but I need all the help I can get. Our eggs are being stolen by the Twilight invaders, and I have no doubt that they want to take them back to Grim Batol to experiment on them and pervert them, and I will not let that happen. If you truly want to help us, stop them recovering the eggs and bring them back to me. I'm sure it's occurred to him, Darch? Maybe? Probably not, actually. Let's be honest. Quick side note. The dragons are all tied into the aspects. It's one of the reasons why when the aspects lose their power, the dragons lose their power too. However, it is actually a cultural reason behind the naming schema. I don't know, I've never actually sat down to track it, but I believe that every single drake that has a standard name for their type is a standard drake, someone who is trying to honor their aspect by naming themselves in their kind. Variostraza, Kalistraza, etc., etc. Or Kalistraz if they're male. By contrast, there are a few drakes that have a non-standard name, which, again, I feel is significant. For the most part, though, the vast majority of drakes choose a name that is indicative of their given aspect. And again, I kind of like that, because it's that whole cultural showing respect. We owe our lives to the aspects, you know, kind of a mentality. Fire. This quest kind of bothered me because they'll spawn so fast and infinitely. But it's like, well, but I know I stopped them in lore, but they're still coming. Yeah, Raytheon is actually fairly unique. And again, indicative, I think. Most of the blues are Agosa or Gos. Caligos, Eragos, Malagos. The reds are the Straza, or the Straz. Like this guy is male, I can tell because his name is Dodera Straz. And this one is female because her name is Citra Straza. And of course, everyone in the world will tell me that Chromie is a guy, and I will argue with them to the ends of the earth that Chromie is a girl. But anyways, there's also the Dormus and the Dormies amongst the Bronze Flight. Deathwing has returned. He's seized Grim Batol and much of the Highlands, and I feel powerless to stop him. Soon our queen will arrive, and together we will put the Earth Warder in his place. You have a talent for killing, I see. In times like these, it has its place. Well done. Thank you, Blood Elf. I will not be so foolish as to let such an oversight happen again.
Hello.
Twilight dragons were born of these disgusting experiments of theirs. The Twilight's hammer's gone too far. Deathwing has gone too far. Are you sure? I don't think Deathwing's done far enough right yet. I think we should see how much further he can go. I don't know if you did this for me, for the young inside these eggs, but it doesn't really matter. Either way, it's clear you really want to be an ally in our fight, and I appreciate that. I cannot forgive the attacks by your allies against my brood, but for now, it seems you have chosen the right side. Nefarian is also an odd one, yes. So is, shoot, hang on. I gotta think about this. I sort of am, Caster. Actually, I think you're right. Maybe I was thinking of Nefarian, not Raytheon. Hang on. Because I was just thinking of Sartharian. Give me a moment, give me a moment. I will consult a list of black dragons. I love how if you look up Black Dragon, one of the first results is Raytheon. I think of Raytheon as different because his name isn't Eon. It's Eon. Raytheon instead of Nefarian. Misrian. Insidion. Hemethion. Onyxia. Cytharian. Syntharia. Blah, 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 blah. It looks like, actually, there's quite a few black dragons who don't go with the Eon thing. And that actually makes sense. The one I really was thinking of, though, and the one I was actually looking at the name of is... and I just lost his name. I was just looking... Sibelian. The Outland gentleman. Anyways. I know, right, Darch? This is one of the things I liked about these quests. It's like, okay, so... Of course it does, I'm not on fire. You'd be surprising how appealing Oblivion could look in the face of despair. Recent events make it even more apparent that holding up here... and making sporadic attacks isn't enough to keep our kind safe, much less retake Grim Batol. We need to be more aggressive. We need to strike into their heart. I've agreed to send dragons to the aid of your commanders. They were already hatching a plan to strike at Grim Batol, so you should focus your attention there first. You should be able to find Patch at Dragonmaw Pass in the canyon below us. Yeah, Twilights tend to follow the black naming protocol as well. The Netherwing follow their own kind of slightly different naming protocol as well. If memory serves.
No loitering.
By the way,
whatever that means.
Check it out. The Gob Squad is back.
You ever need anything?
So this is pretty much the Horde saying, we're going to make it up to you, Dread Dragons, because we're interested in fighting the Twilights, and we want to work with you. In fairness, the Alliance do the same thing, but I like this.
Smart mouth, huh?
You got the dragons in the game. Good on ya. We've already laid out plans for the ambush by the time the dragons contacted us. They're helping by cutting off their retreat. It's not too late for you to join in on the fun, though. We saved some for you.
Do not get on Gallywix's bad side.
The ambush launched smoothly, but most of the guards are dead. If you're still pinned within the wagons, you can see them down to the west. Get in there and clear them out so we can attack on the move.
If you can make it here, you can make it anywhere.
The gates further down the canyons are shut. Our scouting reveals some kind of stone they carry in the chest that their caravans use. They open the gates. Get down there and look for a chest key on the bodies of the guards. And when you find it, use it on those chests of the caravan wagons and bring the gate stone back to me.
Don't try anything stupid.
But I like doing stupid things. Hello, Bregan. But, oh, right. There. Really, Psychotic? I don't think I ever saw that one.
Well, spit it out.
Excellent. Now we can start pushing our forces towards Grim Batol.
Get lost, will ya? You looking at me?
You know, we could probably just blow the gates, but knowing our demo man, we probably better off dodging the risk. Good, good. Doesn't look like much, does it? Krog started the assault to put up the canyon. He's past the gate to our southeast. I'm gonna get the squad back together to join the attack. We'll meet you down there.
Security, enforcement, extortion.
Awesome, Brigham. Tell me how they taste.
Speak, friend.
The canyon's well fortified, but the distraction that the dragons are providing should be enough to allow us to break through. The worms have already taken the battle to the sky above Grim Batol. It's up to us to move our men in by ground and secure the gate. I want you to know what's at stake here, Paladin. Grim Batol is the source of the Twilight's Hammer reinforcements to all the Highlands. That's not actually true. If we do not cut them off here, we do not win the battles ahead. I'm sending the Gob Squad with you. Get to the gate, and get it open.
May your blades never dull.
Yeah, right.
Yo, can I help you with something?
My orders are to accompany you south through the Dragonmaw gates towards the entrance of Grim Batol. We're here to set up a path to the entrance so the rest of us can... Where are you guys? Translation, kill everything that moves, and don't be ashamed if you have a good time doing it. Boys are getting antsy, let's go.
Yeesh! Took my head off, why don't you?
A lot. I'm not on fire. Like, a lot. We're talking, at the very least, tens of thousands, if not more. Oh, by the way.
It's my way or the highway, pal.
Series of complicated hand
Stay
gestures.
strong, pal.
Leading under the influence. Yeah, sure, Aldrith. Go for it. The Lightbringer. The Dawnbringer. The Light of Dawn. Wait, I already have that title. Speaking of which, I'm tired of being the Fire Lord. The Light of Dawn. One of the few titles I have, I am actually quite proud of having. I mean, I'm proud of having the Undying and Champion of Ulduar, but Light of Dawn's another one of those proud of ones. That's a good question, Necro. I would imagine it's close to 60-40, the 60 being the Whisperer's side. Considering how, like, in terms of sheer numbers, I mean, as I've already described, there's 3 types of people who join the Twilight's Hammer. And so, I've always assumed, asterisk, that the rank and file, you know, the commonplace people, are all the more commonplace recruits, aka people who willingly signed up. That is, of course, just my take on it. The other 2 groups, to cover it, and for anybody who didn't hear that earlier discussion, include shamans who heard the whispers, so to speak, were manipulated just like our friend Saranok back in Orgrimmar. And the third group is those who are otherwise influenced by the void directly, not the elements. Shadow priests, you know, people who are specifically targeted, that kind of a thing. Good night,
shot,
Myron.
huh?
It's good to see you again. Ah, we make it look
Get
easy.
lost, will ya?
Alright. See you around. Keep up if you can. Pretty bad I'm not on fire. And that's kind of the point. Do you remember Westfall? That's just one example of how bad it is every day. Damn it, I lost my Gob Squad. Alright, you put it right in the... Where's the keyhole? What kind of racket is this? Screw it, Ticker, you're up.
Yeah? What do you want?
Hang on. Ooh. I steal them all, Bregman. Hang on, I lost a couple of my Gob Squad. Gotta go get them back.
Thrall Hall. Be safe.
There we go. Come on, kids. Keep up this time. Come on. Come on. There you go. Slow goblins. Ugh. You know, you can get on my mount if you really want to. Yeah, what Psychotic said is also true. For those of you not aware, there are, at the bare minimum, 3 priests of the Church of the Cathedral of Light in Stormwind that are members of the Twilight's Hammer. 3 high-ranking, influential priests of Stormwind were members of the Twilight's Hammer. This is not a religion joke. It's a commentary on how people who are, you know, desperate and afraid and seeking comfort or purpose probably found that purpose in the Hammer. And again, as I mentioned, Stormwind and the Stormwind Alliance in general is a mess as of Cata in terms of its infrastructure and economy and you know, everything else, basically. Come on, Gobs. What are you doing? Come here. Come here. There we go. Newt you up. Break out the gate stone. Got it, boss. Where do you put it? You put it right into... Wait, where's the keyhole? What kind of racket is this? You know, I have a flying mount. Screw it. Tika, you're up. Run away, boss. Let's see here. What could I do with this? Oh, hey, some Twilight idiots. What's up, Twilight idiots? How you doing? My name's Your Death. Nice to meet you. Almost done. That is a lot of Twilights, wow. One. I'm not on fire. One.
I ain't getting paid to chat.
Looks like a charm every time. Good work so far. We should find the entrance to Grim Bator just past the gate. I was ordered to secure the entrance and block off reinforcements while the rest of our men press through. I'm thinking if we could get there soon enough, maybe I could have Tika have more fun.
Hey, I got your back.
Well, let's go. Well, I like all of those except for Valiar. In fact, I really, really don't like that. I may actually have to change my main in Legion if I have to be allied with that asshole Odin. And if I'm actually being called one of his Valiar. That really actually pisses me off. That's like being told, alright, Arsh, your main is now actually one of Garrosh's big supporters. And like, I'm being told that as if it's a good thing. It's like, God, no! No! Anyways. I don't know what I'd make my main instead of that. Well, I've got a solution for that, Braglin. Oh, hey, it's Alexstrasza. About time you got here. And there's Kaelin. Hey, Kaelin. Well, Voxus, I'm glad you made it. That's true, Necro, but out of universe, we do know that! The gate is clear. Once your people finish clearing the canyon, we will speak to your leaders about the next move. What's that? You have a quest for me, Alexstrasza? Hang on, let me go a few miles into the air to see your quest after. There it is, there's the quest. This is like 200 feet in the air. She is huge. Hello, Blood Elf. I wish we could meet in more favorable circumstances. You know, this isn't the first time we've met. Like, even on this character. The world hangs by a thread, and all the Titans have wrought may be in jeopardy. Screw the Titans! It saddens me greatly, but my judgment is final. Deathwing, the horrific creature that was once the Earth Warder, and once my friend, must be destroyed. I have prepared a site atop the Highlands to the west of the Vermilion Redoubt, where I can bring about his end. Seek out the Circle of Life, and speak with Lorerun within. I will join you there. Why is that weird, Bragwin? You know the name of my niece. Of course, I'm biased. Why are there eggs? Oh, those are kegs of... What the hell? There's just barrels up here. Okay. Whatever, I suppose. At the height of the Twilight's Hammer's power, without regard to strategic competence, important thing to note, I would say the Twilight Hammer is about equal to power of either the Alliance or the Horde. That could be Uldrith. I don't know. I've tried really hard not to spoil any warrior things for me, but it's getting hard, because the more I hear, the more it's like, no. You know? Ah, come on. Heat-pad thing of doom. There we go.
I am listening.
Hello again, Blood Elf. I hear you are instrumental in our push towards Grim Batol. Thank you. Alexstrasza has sanctified this ground in hopes of luring Deathwing here. She'll perform a ceremony to lower him out, and then destroy him within this sacred circle. I hope this plan works. Good cutscene, ink. By the way, keep in mind, Alexstrasza is huge, as I earlier demonstrated. She's literally about 200 feet tall. I just mentioned that because some people ask how big Deathwing is. And yeah. My niece's name is Jaina.
Mortal, I want you to bear witness to this, but for your own safety, stay back. Kaelin, you too.
I will not leave your side.
Your life isn't yours to throw away, Kaelin. Should I fail, the fate of this world may rest on your shoulders.
Yes, Mother.
Lifebinder, do you presume that I'm at your beck and call? I have a world to unmake.
It pains me, Neltharion, but I must end you, as I have ended Malagos.
Actually, we did that.
End me, Lifebinder. You think life is yours to take away? Life is weak, mortal, fleeting, fragile. Death is final. Death is eternal. Death is my realm. Look upon me, and you see death incarnate, the unmaker of worlds.
I see the hollow metal shell of a once great ally, and the precious gift of the Titans wasted.
Then witness my new gifts, bestowed by this world's true masters!
Notice how his voice just becomes unstable the moment he exerts himself at all. There's actually a line he says later that really helps emphasize how crazed Deathwing has become. It's the line about embracing the inevitable, as I have. I like how we're hiding up in a tree over here. Oh, never mind. Alexstrasza and Deathwing have taken to the skies over Grim Batol. Her plan unravels. The queen is outside the circle of life she prepared earlier. We'll need to support her with everything we've got. Hurry! Climb aboard the Vanguard behind me. Let's do it, quick! Oh yeah, Deathwing is in a lot of pain.
Don't let them out of sight! Quickly, come with me!
Coming, Kaelin. Kaelin? Kaelin! Oh, we're screwed. Or to quote Bender, well, we're boned. There we go. Ah, wetlands. Getting all nostalgic. Are we there yet? I mean, I'm not in control here, by the way. We're just kind of on rails here. You missed a really awesome thing, by the way, Deutsch, earlier. And by awesome, I mean horrifying, but it was really well done. Holy crap, there they are. Okay. There they are. Oh, sorry, I just realized the poll's over. It's been over for a bit now. I am so sorry. Totally forgot about that. Alright, let's kill some guys. Death to the Twilight Dragons.
Nelthorion, look at yourself. Misshapen, twisted. You're coming apart.
Hang on, Meter Madeira.
There! They've fallen!
Yeah, I saw that, Kalen. Because the last one to do that never recovered from it, Ricky. And that's in lore.
The Earth Warder. He is dead.
Mother, stay still. Your wounds are great.
The Black Aspect's blood is cursed. Wherever it was shed, nothing will grow for 10,000 years.
10,000 years.
But it is over. We can work now to bottle up the horrors he has unleashed.
Yeah, you can see where this is going. As if the camera angle didn't give that away.
Deathwing! He lives!
Impossible!
Mortal! Take the Dragon Queen. Carry her to safety. Now! Run! Get her away from here! I will delay the aspect of death! Take her to safety! Go!
Kaelin! No!
Hovering, Deutsch. We do it too when we fly.
The sun has set on this mortal world, fools. Make peace with your end, for the hour of twilight falls.
Those three mortals. Take your drinks if you're doing that. Telling you, we're gonna get a lot of mortals towards the end here. Thanks to your quick action, the Dragon Queen still lives. She's been brought back to Wormrest to recover, but the battle wasn't a complete failure. Deathwing was gravely wounded. I suspect he will go into hiding to recuperate. Alex Strasza has bought us time. With Deathwing otherwise occupied, we have a grim and daunting task ahead of us. Under the charge of the Queen herself, the Black Dragonflight is to be wiped out. I would offer your aid. I would welcome your aid in this if it is offered. As soon as you're ready, I will send you to the next flight joining the attack. Let's frickin' do it. I got that achievement, Necro, back during the cattle launch event. But yeah, Deathwing has a quote later about, I forget the lead up to it, but the end is, "Come, embrace the inevitable, as I have." And as he says it, his entire voice just disintegrates into incoherence as he's saying it. It's great. It really shows just how far he's gotten, or far he's fallen. So we're almost at the end here of the Twilight Highlands. We're finishing up now. We got a little bit left to do. But my quest is back there. Okay, whatever. Yeah, I actually had a couple of alts who got that achieved for that reason, Psychotic. So it's time to finish the fight against the Twilight's bastion of power. See that massive area up there? Yeah, that's their power base up there. I think we'll do it here. I haven't forgotten the ding picture. I've just been saving for a good location to do it at. And I think we'll do it right over here. Can I get off this thing now? Okay. Bye. I have a good idea for a picture right over here. So, I'll put it here. There we go. There we go. Perfect. Malygos. Good time to talk about Malygos. Actually, give me like one more second, Mita Madeira. Just one more second. Let me catch the quest here.
Hello.
Seems you're still with us. Actually, appreciative of that. Thank you.
I am listening.
The obsidian wormkin litter the landscape to our south. We're in no position to push back against us, but no one can ever tell what new threats the ebb of battle may bring. I want you to take the fight to the wormkin. Clear them out so we may proceed with the purging of this land and the polluting presence of the black dragonflight.
What brings you here?
The Twilight Drake Hunters use vicious implements to drag our circling drakes from the sky, hooks that buried the scales and held Twilight secure while they brought our kin to the ground. We are past the point of peace, past hope for their redemption. The only mercy we have left to offer the black fight is the oblivion they so passionately pursue.
Hello.
The great petrified tree that lies before us was once a beacon of great life. Our beacon. We lost this forest to the Blackflight and it has since been corrupted and petrified. Nearly unredeemable, but all is not without hope. I've brought a powerful tool to begin the healing process. The tree may be saved with much time and fortune, and perhaps a little effort from you. Hey, Redzy. So, Malygos, finally. Malygos, okay. Malygos, yeah, he should have, Psychotic. That's why I remembered it there. Actually, I wonder. Hang on just a second. See if I can find the NPC where he says it. Down and present, roughly speaking. I'm not on fire. Alright, I need the one who's in... Hang on a second. I can't find it. If you can find the actual play file or something, Psychotic, let me know. Anyways, Malygos was one of the good friends of a gentleman named Naltharion. Well, that was quick. Hang on, hang on. I need to remember the play thing. Ah, gosh darn it. Give me a moment. Because it makes perfect sense. I'll actually explain it when we get there, Necro. Seriously. Hang on. I feel like you didn't send me the whole thing. Death Psychotic. Anyways, Malygos. So, Malygos is was a very good friend of Naltharion. This is actually kind of important because when Naltharion did I just I totally just did. I just God of War'd that black dragon. When Malygos first created the dragon soul out of all of their essences, the one person who felt most betrayed by that was the person who assisted him most in its creation and was the one who, argued most for it becoming a thing, for them actually making the Dragon Soul, Malygos. So, Malygos was a little bit upset about that, just a wee bit. And he, in rage at the betrayal, decided to attack Neltharion firsthand. That turned out to be an incredibly huge mistake. He and a huge chunk of the Black Dragonflight charged Neltharion and got butchered. Thousands of blue dragons died. And the Blue Dragonflight has literally never recovered from that incident in all the years since. That's how many blue dragons died that day. Malygos himself was horrifically scarred and burned, and had to retreat to survive at all. And he ended up going to... Oh, shoot, come on. Yeah, let me target. Yeah! He ended up going to his secure place in the Nexus just to recuperate for 10,000 years. Because that's how that works. And so Malygos was not in the right of mind, if you understand. Now, what does this all have to do with anything? Well, it kind of explains why he's insane. I don't mean crazy. I don't mean unstable. I mean he's mentally incorrect. And so when he... This is a great quest. I love God of Warring Enemies. When he woke up, pretty much the first thing he found was a world that was kind of, a mess. And he naturally thought, this is all the fault of mortals. And he kind of had some reason for thinking that. But his overall approach to it was that he had been charged with magic, and clearly he had failed. It was his fault that all of this had gone wrong, right? Ergo, the only possible way to make it up to the world, to the Titans, would be to go ahead and remove the mortals' usage of magic. And so what he did was he started gathering all the magic in the entire world and shooting it up into space. Now, the thing is, he didn't originally do this maliciously, but for some reason the mages of the world decided to contest against him, to fight against him, just because he was sapping away all magic on the entire planet and shooting it into the Twisting Nether. I shouldn't say into space. More accurately, he was shooting it into the Twisting Nether. Which is stupid for two massive reasons. Number one, removing magic from the world. I can't even put into words how devastating that would be to the planet. Number two, that's a giant beacon of, hey, demons, come here! Because he's shooting it into the Twisting Nether, where the demons are. So that's why we had to go and fight against Malygos. It kind of escalated from there, until it got to the point where no possibility of peace was happening at all. So... I don't know if he was empowering them, but he was sure as hell getting their attention. So I hope that answers your question about Malygos, in brief. Well, thank you, Redzi. I appreciate it. I do try my best. I don't, always succeed, but you know how that works. Actually, plenty of Legion can feed off of arcane magic. Like, lots of them. There it is. That's the quest I want. Sorry, I'm actually looking something up. I'm not just sitting here staring into space. Actually, it looks like he doesn't say it during that quest. Oh, whatever. Anywho, moving on.
What brings you?
You've started a wonderful thing this day amongst all this bloodshed. It may take years, but this ravaged land will be restored. It'll be beautiful again. And then the orcs, the Dragon Maw, and the Wildhammer will fight each other over it. Actually, I'm hoping the Dragon Maw are kind of wiped out by the end of Warlords, because that thought appeals to me.
I am listening.
Ah, you've proven an excellent ally. I've never expected such upon our first meeting.
Hello.
You seem to have made use of disturbing implements with ease. I take solace in knowing that some tools of evil can ultimately lead to safeguarding life. Nothing is without purpose. The southwestern portion of the obsidian forest, you may find some of the black egg clutches. Many of the eggs can be hatched at a time with a bit of prodding with the right flame. And the whelplings hatch, they will cry out and flock for their mother. Oh, don't worry. If this purging is to be taken to the whelps, that is not a task I will force on you. I simply want you to let them out and follow them home as they seek their mother. It is she who we must confront. Oh my god, he actually... Yeah, they're killing babies. They're killing Blackflight babies. They really are exterminating the Blackflight race. In fact, to our knowledge, there are exactly 2 black dragons who are still alive as of Warlords. 2. Hey, Circa. On letting go. What's up? Shoutouts. I'm glad you're enjoying the content. As I always say, don't be a stranger if you want to ask questions, like you already did. So, for which alliance race were the first warriors? I assume you mean in lore. Based on that, I would probably go ahead and say... Well, that's actually kind of a tough one. I would say the dwarves and the humans have pretty much an even line on it because of the Vrykul and the Earthen. But that's getting a little bit technically but both of those have been around for a really long time, even before the Night Elves existed. So I'd probably give it to one of those two races, if asked personally. What are my thoughts on Nostalria? I never know how to pronounce that. Nostalrius, the Nostalgia server. Well, the Nostalgia server is something that I am glad exists. I'll never do it, like ever. I have zero interest in vanilla. I did vanilla far too many times to enjoy it anymore. But it's nice that it still exists for some people to do, you know. But yes, Sibelian is in Outland. He is alive and well, and he has been mentioned at a few lore interviews, and it has been replied that the Blizzard devs have not forgotten he exists. So fingers crossed that he is one of those dangling threads Blizzard will eventually bring up again. Raytheon, I shouldn't have to explain who he is. He was arguably the main character of Pandaria. He took a little bit more of a back seat in Warlords. He's actually only seen twice ever in Warlords. That's him, Bragwin. It has been long debated that Mr. Sibelian is free of the influence of the old gods. There's actually a fairly large amount of evidence for that, too. So I would put like a 90% chance, 95% chance on that one. Very high likelihood. There's not really any aspects anymore, Meter Madeira. Oh, that's a good point. I hadn't thought about the Draenei. Which is funny, because nobody remembers the Draenei, right? Okay, so yeah, I guess if we're going to go ahead and go back to that, the Draenei probably are the original everything. First Paladins, first Priests, first Mages, first Warriors, first Shamans. Yeah, they go way back. This is a fun-looking cave. Could the whelps have been cured? It took a specific Titan machine to purify the whelps. I'm going to go ahead and say unlikely. No, I would not, Meme Skip. Because of the same reasons I wasn't quite enjoying Outland in this section. If nothing else, I wouldn't have the time to devote to it like I would like to. Lyrastrosa sent me ahead, suspecting the black dragons we are seeking may still be here. Judging by the hatchlings, it seems she was not mistaken. I don't think it works that way, Bragwin. They may like each other, if you know what I mean, but they can't have babies. Because biology. Obsidia is one of the last mature dragons that can continue the Black Dragon bloodline. She must be killed. If you succeed in killing her, you should inform Lyrastrasa immediately of her victory. She's been fighting a long time to see this done. Thank you for being our Fang in these battles. You're a proven ally. Thank you, Meme. I'm sorry for kind of the half answer. I've actually answered that in full earlier. It took me like 10 minutes to get the full explanation. What it boils down to, Meme Skip, or Mem Skip, is the idea that the community was what appealed to me about Vanilla and Outland, not the game. So the only way I could ever enjoy the Nostalgia server is if I had time to invest in the community, which I do not. Ah. Well, fortunately, that is also not true, right? I guess I shouldn't say fortunately, but whatever. Out we go. Like I said, Mira Madeira, we've got a very high likelihood that Sibelian is free of corruption, too. It's not a guarantee, but it's likely. That doesn't surprise me too much, Necro. Not really. Is this... Yeah, that's what I thought.
What brings you here?
You killed Obsidia in her own lair? Impressive, Blood Elf. Sorry I could not be there. If you're true to your word, well, you must certainly have the bite to back your bellow. Thank you.
I am listening.
You've more than proved your intent and your abilities. With Grim Bratol cut off and the Black Dragons routed, the Twilight's Hammer are cornered in their citadel. Go to your leaders. You should find them at the west. Let them know that when the attack on the citadel begins, the Red Flight shall fill the skies above. You may not be able to atone for all the sins your allies have committed, but in this one battle, we'll be by your side. Oh, come on! I literally saved Alexstrasza! I literally saved Alexstrasza! Absolutely I'm not. I know that sentence sounds weird, but I know you know what I mean. You think the quests between Alliance and Horde split here, but they actually don't. They're completely mirrored between these sections.
My people welcome yours.
Hello, Warlord idiot. You've done well. We're in the process of preparing the attack now. I want you to get in there and kill every Blood Eye Clan ogre and Etten in sight. Think you can handle that for me? I've been learning tactics from Garrosh.
What would you ask of death?
Lady Windrunner herself sent me to serve as the Horde liaison to Zayla, the Dragonmaw clan. She and the new war chief, Garrosh, are attempting to mend broken fences, it would seem. In any case, we must put an end to the Twilight threat once and for all. Most importantly, we must keep Cho'Gall from creating his ultimate weapon. Probably Warrior, I'm not. Or Demon Hunter. A pity we're no longer allowed to drop the blight on our enemies. It would prove quite effective in this situation. Oh well, at least we have war machines to destroy their precious gates. I want you to take this flare, mark each of the 4 buildings, and the war machines will handle the rest.
Dark Lady watch over you.
Garona and a detachment of the Corcrun are here to assist us in the operation up top of the Citadel. I need you to escort them there. I've called upon a local tribe of trolls to give us a lift with their Wind Riders. The assassins have some things they need to do in the gate area first, though. Speak with the troll chief, John Jelinek. That's his name?
Embrace the shadow.
That's his name. It's all good, Memscope. I get a lot of repetition because I've been streaming for days and not everyone can be here all the time. I get it. I have no problem repeating myself nowadays.
What do you need?
Gotten used to the idea.
How you doing, man?
There's nothing better than flying over the enemies and dropping the boom boom bombs on them. That, or dropping 250-pound orcs on their heads. Right, mon? What you say so? Give them Twilights your 1-2 and coming back here we party. I got me a sweet pace by the beach with me lady. You coming by?
Be seeing ya. See ya later.
Oh god, I have so many flying things. Ah, there we go. To the skies! I'm gonna lean towards no. I'm not on fire. Considering the blight affects someone on a spiritual level, the stronger you are spiritually, the more capable you are of resisting it. I think the old gods would just completely shrug it off. I'm not sure. I would argue Thrall is a little bit stronger than Nabundo, even though Nabundo is clearly more experienced and knowledgeable than he is. As far as mages, as much as Aethys is pretty strong, Jaina takes the cake without hesitation. And since she is pretty much formally Alliance now, I can answer with that. It is heavily debatable if Khadgar or Jaina is the stronger mage. Khadgar is definitely the more learned mage, but I don't know. That's a judgment call. Warlock? Oof. There aren't actually a lot of warlocks that are good guys. So I'm going to default on that answer. Or on the Horde of the Alliance, I should say. What are these war machines, anyways? Oh, the seat. Right. Artillery. That's what we're doing. We're marking artillery. What else we got? Rogues. I'd probably give that one to Matthias. Don't even, Psychotic. Don't even. That might be Zakuras. Khadgar might just be a good Archmage, and then he's using Atish, and that's why he's as ridiculously strong as he is in Warlords. He did also have a chance to study some very advanced magic in Warlords, so he might have actually gotten stronger throughout the course of the game.
What now?
I must say I rather enjoyed the sight of their buildings being hit.
Beware. Our enemies abound.
That must have been exciting. Despite the losses the Corcoran have incurred along the way, no one will be able to doubt their effectiveness, nor that of Garona. And with you in the mix, it's only a matter of time before victory is ours.
Remember, patience.
Speak plainly. My people don't mince words.
And here I thought today couldn't get any better. I enjoy being wrong occasionally. If the Twilight Gate is to fall, we must get Skullcrusher the Mountain out of there. Before they left, I saw two of your Corcoran assassins took some explosives hidden in a Twilight's Hammer crate. By now, they will have planted them on the steps leading up to the upper level. I want you to set the explosives off. Okay, I'm down with that. Medivh is not dead. I don't think he'll be coming back, though. Cool, Redzy. Yeah, I knew it that we were referring to. JavaScript stuff. Garrosh is absolutely not the best warrior. He's a good warrior, but he's not the best. You would be surprised how much debate there is about who the best warrior is. Whoa! That Gron can jump! Whoa! Okay. Wow. The horns have been sounded. Crush Blow should launch the attack at any moment. There's only one thing left to take care of. Oh, there's the horns. Now, while the attack on the gate is launched, there's one last loose end to tie up. Zabrox and Beeblefod, the disciples of Cho'Gall. Intelligence has placed them in the den of disciples. You're fairly certain that Lady Kozwin and Zayela will want proof of their deaths. Well, Medivh didn't die, But he literally faded. In fact, he has not been in any comic, book, game, movie, anything since the end of Warcraft 3, actually. Since the end of Warcraft Reign of Chaos. So, yeah, he's off doing his own thing, or gone. We're not really sure. As weird as this sounds, I hope he stays gone. Not because I don't like him, but because, well, A, he's probably deserved it, and B, because I don't like deaths that are not permanent. I don't like revolving door deaths. Never have. I have not liked revolving door deaths since Superman died, and that was a long time ago. When was that, anyways? The death of Superman in the comics? I should look that up, because that's been a long time. It would, Stars of the Ocean. Not that, again, we have anyone to go off of anyways. We know Gul'dan is actually quite strong. Even by Warlock standards. But that's about all we got on that. Apparently it was 1993. Is when Soups died. So yeah, since 93, I've been tired of revolving door deaths.
What will you require?
Is that blood dripping from your pack? I hope it's not yours. That is a gruesomely wicked trophy collection you have there. I would have believed you if you just said they were dead, but I do appreciate the extra effort. Thank you for having the foresight to take care of them. The Twilight Gate will soon be ours. Time to move up to the Twilight Citadel. Now that the attack is underway, it's time to deal with the Twilight Citadel. If you don't mind, I'd like for you to escort the Corcoran forces up to Garona. She's hiding somewhere up top. The Corcoran squad commander can tell you where. Thank you, Volvoxus. We look forward to joining you for the assault on the Citadel.
Beware the living.
I have done that before, yes, Nicholas. Not recently, not since the Lorerun, but I have done that.
Strength and honor.
Thrumka, Valvoxus. We snuck a few more in while you were preparing the gates for attack. I'll show you where we're to meet with Garona. Let me know when you're ready and we'll go together. I'm ready, Commander.
Farewell.
Let's do it. For the Horde. For Azeroth! Why are you sneaking? Okay, fine. I'll pretend I'm all alone up here. Oh, I forgot to Psychotic. You guys coming? Yep. Just walking up the mountain. Gotta conserve your energy in an assault, you know. Don't want to overexert yourself. That'd be terrible. Wait. Do you hear something? It's Cho'Gall himself. Probably the strong...
Horde scum! I was once like you. Our old master, small and hungry. You cling to your mortal shells. Bags of blood and bone and tears. Trying to deny your insignificance.
Kill him!
Finish it! Finish them all! Pathetic flesh!
Yeah, I like it too, Intermediary. Oh, this can't be good. Ding, 90! Oh my god. I haven't even walked into Pandaria yet. The Corcoran are all dead. Time to find Garona half-orcan. Good thing the squad commander told you where she'd be. I need to get another ding picture. This is 3 ding pictures in the Twilight Highlands. There's a lot of X to be had here. I've already gotten a picture of that. I've already got a picture of that. What else can I get a picture of? Debate. Ah, screw it. Let's just do a ground view picture here. There we go, kind of like that. You were right, Psychotic. I wonder if Permeus predicted that too.
Cho'Gall will pay.
Cho'Gall's keeping him hidden inside the Bastion of Twilight. I hope he comes out to play. Where are your Corcoran?
I'm here to hunt, not to chat.
Let me get one thing straight, Blood Elf. I'm here for just one thing. Kill Cho'Gall. Your job is to keep him from finishing the creation of his ultimate weapon. It's an artifact that supposedly is being created with the power of an old god. Even I get hunted, Paladin, but that's part of the fun of hiding amongst the sheep. The Twilight's Hammer's taken it up a notch and sent their dark assassins after me. Nice for a group of dead guys. They're made from the souls of only the most skilled killers. Do me a favor and hunt them down. They wear their souls in pendants about their necks. Bring them to me. Soul's optional.
No one can know I'm here.
There's nothing worse than a self-hating Twilight's Hammer cultist. Nothing! These idiots actually want to bring about the end of the world. That marks them for extinction in my book. Really? Between these Citadel veterans, the corrupted Elementalists, and the Twilight Vindicators, you should have no shortage of targets. I could care less about how you choose to kill them.
Who I am isn't important.
My investigation into the Cho'Gall artifact has hit a dead end. The Twilight's Hammer enslaved a group of Wildhammer smiths and drowned them in the lake when they were done with their services. Ugh. Hate to say it, but we need help. There's an Earthen Ring woman, a Draenei named Yiva. Yeah, I remember her. She and her pet goblin are southwest at the Elementium mine. They need help with shutting down the elemental porters in there. In exchange, she can help us with our problem. Hello, Henrik. Henrik. What's up, Henrik? I don't believe we do, actually, specifically Necro. They reference it several times, but I don't think they ever actually go into it. So, one key difference that isn't quite emphasized here as well as I kind of wish it was, is the fact that these are basically the elite of the Twilight's Hammer. These are the best of the best for them. These, so most of the Twilight's Hammer is lots of people. Okay, think of it like this: the vast majority of people who join the Twilight's Hammer do so for the reasons I've already mentioned. Most of those are normal-ish or very low-powered people, right? Very low skill too. You saw their training process that we went through in, in Hyjal, right? Well, as much as I made fun of that, the Alliance, I'm not. As much as I made fun of that, one thing that they kind of were doing right about that was they were culling the herd, so to speak, figuring out who was actually good, who actually had talent and skill amongst that particular group of recruits, right? The ones who were actually good, the ones who were actually skilled, the ones who actually proved to be competent rather than just fodder, came here. This is where the actual army of the Twilight's Hammer is, whereas well, I guess I'm saying that wrong. That's wrong. This is where the elite forces of the Twilight's Hammer is. The army, which was the bulk of just random grunts, was the force that was back at Hyjal. You with me? So everything we fight here, including these guys out here, and most especially the ones in the Bastion itself, which we'll talk about it later, are their elite forces. It's their best forces. And these are a lot of dead red dragons. Holy crap. And that's Lyra Straza. We'll be with you in a minute, because I can't work with you yet. Still getting to that point. You gotta be kidding me. And this whole area, by the way, is completely drenched in void power. And I would imagine Twilight power as well, especially if my theory about what Twilight energy actually is correct. For those of you who have not heard me say this theory, because it's kind of a new theory, my idea is that Twilight is basically a void-infused, improper amalgam of the other 4 elements. Or possibly the other 5 elements, but at least the other 4. There's a few hints of that here or there. There aren't many. But otherwise, we don't have a lot of information on what exactly Twilight energy is. We do see it several times. In fact, you're looking at it right now. See that wonderful stuff right there? And there's the... oh, by the way, the sky looks like this around here. Oh, the Twilight Bastion, easily. There's a lot more going on here than there. So, obviously, getting up there without a flying mount is kind of difficult. But that's kind of the point, especially with the way the Twilight think. It's incredibly impractical, but that's not really the point. If you are not good enough to get up there by yourself, or with the tools at your disposal, you are not worth their time. Oh, by the way, you'll notice every elemental we've killed here has, well, defeated here, has immediately gone free and been extremely grateful to be released. Kind of like that, yeah, Brigwin. In such terms. Whoop, she's over here. I'll turn them in first. But yeah, you notice the land around here is completely rotten and caved and dead. Lots of elementium all over the place. Lots of it. And again, the very ground is that mirror thing.
I'm here to hunt, not to chat.
How many pendants do you have? What do you think I should do with all these? Maybe I'll melt them down and have the metal imbued into a new dagger I can thrust into Cho'Gall's chest. Think there's time for that?
Who I am isn't important.
Feels good to get a little blood on your hands, doesn't it? Especially when that blood belongs to such self-deluded fools.
Keep your voice down.
There are 3 candidates for ascendancy that need killing. Dame Alice Finson, Master Clem, and Mia the Rose. I want you to serve as a distraction. When the time is right, I'll step in and finish them. Just make sure whatever you do, you don't underestimate them. Each of those lunatics got to where they are by being ruthless and very good at what they do.
I can't rest until I'm free from Cho'Gall's grasp.
The Twilight cowards have captured and killed many red dragons, but one's still breathing. Do you remember Lyra Straza? She's chained nearby, and we're gonna free her. But first we need something sharp enough to cut her free. There's an old Edin named Blind Eye the Guardian. He stands watch at the altar of Ascension to the south. He has a purely wrought elementium axe. I wonder if that's Cho'Gall's ultimate weapon. Probably not. A Dark Shaman would be stronger, but is also kind of a short-term in exchange for long-term situation. In other words, a Dark Shaman is screwed if he lets his concentration slip, or he doesn't allow himself. You know, if a Dark Shaman basically slips at all, they're completely screwed forever. Hey, it's Lord Canon. Well, that depends on what you view as canon. I'm not on fire. That is a cool-looking axe. You know, Necro, that's not a bad idea. Imperfect void. And since we know the void itself is imperfect light... Or I guess that's a bit of a... I'm exaggerating when I say that. I should... Ignore me. Hi. Yeah. Actually, I'm pretty sure every Dark Shaman except for like 3. I'm gonna say... Every Dark Shaman except for the ones that we kill personally makes that kind of a misstep. And yes, that was a Gilnean who joined the Twilight's Hammer, because of course they would. I'm amazed more Gilneans haven't joined the Twilight's Hammer. Not because they're evil, but because they've been through hell and back many times, for years. I mean, honestly.
Greetings, friend.
And it's Goldmine. Volvoxus, I'm glad you're here. Of course, I'm more than willing to help you in any way I can.
Good health, long life.
When we returned from Deepholm, we found the Hammer had established a base here and taken control of the elemental portals. Please, Volvoxus, you must help stop them before Cho'Gall complete whatever it is he's up to inside the Bastion of Twilight. I used to be the caretaker of the Erden Ring's portals here, but while we were away helping to save Deepholm, the Twilight's Hammer moved in and corrupted the area. They're using powerful ascendants to guard the portals, and that's where they've made a critical error. I want you to go to the portals and use the controllers to overload them. And this will unleash the portal's energy, debilitating the Ascendant.
Seek the path of the light.
I have no knowledge of any artifact Cho'Gall is crafting, but I know of one that can help. Countess Verol is an ancient spirit of Loch Verol to the north, as she has no love of the Twilight's Hammer who have polluted her waters. Seek her for the wisdom, Yuko.
Be kind to those less fortunate.
Look, there's one thing I know, it's elementals. I've been able to really gain an appreciation for how they feel. Let me tell you, they don't like being enslaved one bit. Remember, this is the guy who gave us permission to kill his own fire elemental to harvest its heart. He probably had a long talk with that fire elemental after that. So what I'm saying here is if you were to free the enslaved elementals, I'm sure not only would they show their gratitude, but they'd probably turn on their masters. Sounds like win-win to me.
On your way!
Also note the Twilight just kind of, the Elementium just kind of slowly seeping up from the ground. I gotta admit, of all the advantages the Twilight Hammer had, frequent and easy usage of, wait, do I need... I guess not. Of the Elementium is actually one of the bigger advantages they had, legitimately. It is, like I said, I'm pretty sure in lore it is the strongest material, even though there have been expansions after this. And, yeah. Ow. But yes, Cho'Gall was actually a ranking member of the Shadow Council. If you count the stupid as canon, and God, I hope we don't, he was also personally responsible for nearly killing her and her son, and trying to ascend to even greater heights of power. Because, you know, that's what you do. Here, be free. Damn it. Sorry, I'm having a little trouble concentrating right now. I was hoping to finish up Kata tonight. Looks like it's just not happening. So, we're probably going to finish the Twilight Highlands, and then we'll finish Cataclysm tomorrow. Because we do have a fairly large amount of Cataclysm to do still, even after we finish the quests. Oh, Cho'Gall is super willing. Why would you feel guilty about that, Nicholas? Go, have fun, enjoy. Oh. I have a talent. Oh my god. Yeah, not many people are as willing as Cho'Gall. In fact, you remember that whole thing I've talked about extensively, about how the more willing you are, the more power you can be imbued with? Yeah, that applies to Cho'Gall as well. Like, a lot. He is 100% into the old gods and the void, and it shows. He is damned strong. And actually, it's funny, because Cho'Gall was damned strong even before he became infused with Cthulhu's power, and before he became more void powerful. To give you a little bit of an idea, this is kind of talking about Warlords a bit, but to give you a little bit of a peek of how strong Cho'Gall was even before all this, he was someone of rank and privilege amongst the Gorian Empire. An empire where the only way you can actually be at rank and privilege is to be extremely powerful, magically, just magically, amongst an already powerful, magically, society. You have to be the cream of the crop to be up at the aristocracy level in the Gorian Empire. And he was. And then he started working for the old gods. Exactly, Necro. Okay, I do have to kill the debilitated. That sucks. Fine, whatever. He totally could betray them. I'm not sure it would go over well for him. I'm not on fire. Keep in mind, one of his heads is literally completely submersed in the old god madness. Gaul, I believe, is that head. Cho still has enough of his sanity to function as a, a leader and whatnot, but Gaul is just... You can tell because of the different voices and the different speech thing. I mean, it's pretty obvious where the leadership side of Cho'Gall comes in. I think that's on purpose, too, if I might say so. Cho'Gall is, ironically, a perfect servitor of the old gods. Someone capable of giving in completely, and yet in so doing still being able to keep his mind, because he has two minds. Not many other creatures are capable of pulling that kind of concept off. Yeah, Cho'Gall would quite literally have to kill his other head, which would not work out well for him.
Arcanon Poros.
He, based on what we've seen in Draenor, he is an innate two-headed. One of the natural two-headeds. Although, I have a theory about that, but I'm going to save that for Warlords. The Lust Portal is deep in the mine here, but we'll deal with that in a bit.
Good health, long life.
Makes sense!
What'd I tell you, huh? Elementals aren't so bad after all, huh?
Move it!
Yeah, sure. To put it in simplicity right now, since you're right here right now, I have a theory that there is no such thing as a natural two-headed ogre. And that even the old two-headed ogres before Gul'dan were artificially made by the Gorian Empire as a sign of prestige or something like that. They certainly had the mastery to do that.
No one can know I'm here.
This takes care of most of their leaders outside the Bastion of Twilight. Not bad. Not bad at all.
Cho'Gall will pay.
That's a very sharp axe. It'll do the job, but if I'm any judge of weaponry, that's not what Cho'Gall's after. Lyrastrasa is the last and greatest of the Red Dragons that the Twilight's Hammer captured, and they're about to kill her. Alright. God, I'm going. No more information needed. Save her. Save her. Don't shoot her. Oh, right. There we go. Be free! Oh, I am eternally grateful to you, Velvaxis. I should hope so. I want to remind you, that's the woman who nearly killed us when we first entered the redoubt. I hope she's, realized that by now.
The Twilight Council will suffer for their crimes.
Blah, blah, blah. Isn't she beautiful? So graceful. I hope she gets her fill of revenge and then some. Look at that. Lyrastrass is destroying them. There are still drakes, and she's downing that she's downing that need finishing off. We don't want the stinking Twilight healers to get them back into the air. Time for a little coup de grace. But no, to my knowledge, that is true, Necro. But yeah. Wow. Okay, that looks really painful, being impaled up there. Well, there's 3 possible answers for that. I'm not on fire. Answer number 1, they needed her blood for something, so they wanted to bleed her a bit before they killed her. Option number 2, because they really enjoyed torturing people before they killed them. Option number 3, because they're idiots. Pick your pick. Whenever Fallout 4 is fully completed, I suppose, Silver Black Evil. When all the DLCs are out, and when the mods are out, and, when the game's done, basically. That's when I'll play Fallout 4 again. Let's see. Where's that? Oh, there's one. Goodbye. Yeah, I know, right? Psychotic. Then again, maybe they weren't actually going to kill her. And maybe that we were just wrong. I don't know. It's more likely they were just stupid.
Cho'Gall will pay.
Good thing you and Warlord Krog made friends with the Red Dragons. Uh-huh. You know, we were doing it to, you know, to make up for sins of the past and to be nice, not just for... Yeah, whatever. How do you keep your interest in WoW? I love the lore. I love the gameplay. I don't know. I also take breaks from WoW every now and again. I don't play it non-stop. And I always have goals. Hello. I know why you're here, Valvaxis. Your reasons sing through the fluids. I know about the dead dwarf forgesmith polluting my lake. If you want to find out what his corpse remembers, you must earn it. My arch nemesis, Lord Cannon, has foolishly decided to throw his allegiance to the Twilight's hammer. In the past, we've coexisted in a shaky truce, but his change of heart leaves me little choice but to put an end to him. Or should I say, if you want the information you seek, you're going to kill him for me. Very water elementy there. There is only one old god left. I'm not on fire. And that would be Unzoth. Or Unzoth, if you prefer. Because that's how it's pronounced in the game, damn it. Oh, that sucks, Deutsch. I have had that happen to me many times. In fact, I actually have a spare literally right over there in case these break, because I'm used to it at this point. Whenever one breaks, I buy a new one, so I always have the spare. I should do the same thing with tires, actually. Hello, Lord Cannon, you must die. Pwah! Alright, goodbye. Unfortunately, he didn't call us mortal. He called us fleshling. I am sad. I am pleased. Lord Cannon was always an unworthy adversary. Very well. I will help you gain the information you seek. Take my water of life and pass it into the corpse of the drowned dwarf. He was a worker of metals and life, and though his body now feeds my lock, the water will allow him to tell you what you want to know. Take your information and be gone from my demes... I don't know how to say that word. Demesne? I don't know. Could the other cults come back? Questionable. We don't know is the true answer. My speculation is that no, they could not, but it is possible. If they're dead and we kill the last god, what could happen to Azeroth? Probably nothing at this point. Nothing would really change. Not until we got rid of the last vestiges of them, at the very least. Actually, Necro, the Chronicles book made it pretty clear there were only the 4 here. By the way, this is how they killed him. See this? They wrapped the chain to them, attached it to them, put an anchor on the chain, and tossed it into the water. That's, horrible. What's this? I'm dead, murdered by the Twilight's hammer. The spirit of the lock sent you here. Oh, you seek information. They captured and enslaved us, put us to work on our raping. A special project, an artifact for Cho'Gall. We were to be rewarded for the best work we'd ever done, and we were. With this. They imbued it with the power of an old god. The weapon which you seek is called the Hammer of Twilight. Aha! It's Cho'Gall's weapon. Oh good, he went on to the light. That's actually kind of cool. Arthas didn't get to on light, but he does. But yeah, it is. I would say it would be better if the old gods do not come back. Especially since it is entirely possible for new old gods to be introduced at this point.
No one can know I'm here.
Hammer of Twilight. And you see you got this information out of a drowned wild hammer dwarf? You're kidding, right? The Earth Caller has a goblin initiate? Gold mine. Well, whatever. He has need of you. I think that they're ready to do their dirty work in the whatever's down there in the mine. Wow, you are so interested in anything other than yourself, Garona. I've noticed, by the way, I told you I've been paying attention, she hasn't mentioned Madon once. So I'm going to keep going with my not canon commentary. Because, damn it. Is it so much to want Madon to have never existed?
Quickly! Quickly!
Oh, Valvaxis, you're back! I got something for you to do.
Hit the road!
Okay, we need to get to the cave to the Earth Portal at the back of the cave. I've, procured a ride for us. Why walk when we could ride in style? Hope you don't mind the carts. Let me know when you're ready.
Careful out there.
Let's do it!
On your way!
It's time to play Donkey Kong Country. With its body, Deutsch. Also, yeah, I could picture that Permeus. I could imagine a second Cataclysm type situation. With a massive frickin' meteor. Oh crap! Oh crap! Oh god! Oh no! Well, that was surprisingly successful.
Go! Go!
Oh no, my weapons and my totems, they're destroyed!
Hit the road!
You're gonna have to protect me. Without my weapons and totems, I'm defenseless. You know, it's our moral obligation to save all the Elementium from the shale spiders. Those creepy things eat this stuff. What a waste. So what do you say, 90-10 my way?
Move it!
Yes, I know, Necro. You know, while we're here, we might as well take care of the Twilight's Hammer intruders. This place used to be ours, after all. I'd help, but with my totems and weapons broken, I'm kind of helpless.
On your way! Don't waste my time!
Hey, go away. Yeah, I could picture another old god this side of Yasharaj falling into Azeroth. Yeah, anyone ever here see Age of Ultron? Imagine something about that size colliding with the planet. Because that's about what that would be. I mean, we have a few ways to survive that they didn't in Age of Ultron, because, you know, we have magic in addition to technology, but... Ooh. Yeah, we're talking a wipe out a whole life on the planet kind of event here. Not just a mass extinction event. And yeah, it would also be coming down much, much faster. There we go. Examining the Twilight Ruin of Earth, you can almost feel its power extending deep to the Elementium depths. It's probably connected to other runes. Initiate Goldmine thinks you should destroy them. Okay. How's that? You destroyed the Earth Rune. I bet there are 3 others, and I bet they're linked to the fire portal in the back. Probably. I'm glad, too. I get really tired of hearing people talk about how Age of Ultron was the worst superhero movie ever. Until Batman vs. Superman, which is now the worst superhero movie ever. You can tell how much stock I put in such commentary, by the way. Hello, random bystander. Hi, welcome to my stream. I'm glad you liked the FF6 review. I actually have a lot of viewers who popped on because of that review. I guess it wasn't really a review, but whatever, you know what I mean. Shoutouts. You don't have to stick around, but if you do, don't be a stranger. You can feel free to ask questions, or talk to me, or talk to them. We're all cool here. Except for me. I'm not cool.
Makes sense!
You're not seeing Age of Ultron till Friday. That's what other people are saying, Zakuras. How much do you think you can carry? Ooh, I think that stuff's gonna. I don't think that stuff's gonna sell for much. I better give you your cut right now so you don't feel ripped off.
Move it! Careful out there.
All right, let's find those runes, shall we? Oh, bats versus soups. Yeah, I am genuinely curious of your opinion, Kay. Not that it, changes my own, but I am keeping shush about it. If anybody's interested in my opinion, because I'm still trying to avoid spoilers, I have a post about it up in the forum. So, if anybody's curious, feel free to join it. Otherwise, no biggie. Go. Anything distasteful about Madon? He's a Mary Sue. Now, we've actually talked about this extensively on this stream in general, and specifically referring to Madon. And I have given my own definitions for Mary Sue, as well as the other two definitions I tend to see people use. I'll summarize it for you, Just Bender. My definition for a Mary Sue is much more strict and stringent than most people's definition for Mary Sue, because I don't think most people should be like, oh my god, everyone in the universe is a Mary Sue. I don't agree with that mentality. But I think Madon qualifies. He is a super mega, I'm good at everything, brand new character who earns nothing and cheats at everything, and I hate him. And that's why I don't like Madon. It is possible to somehow take that mess and make him into a good character. I've seen it done before, so it wouldn't surprise me too much. Hell, they even made Ronan tolerable in the game. But yeah, we'll see.
What?
That'll teach him to move in on our territory. What's that over there? That's Magma Tooth, my estranged fire elemental. Valvaxis, you gotta kill him or he's gonna kill me. It was all just a big misunderstanding. How's I to know he'd be mad about me borrowing his heart down in Deepholm? He can't die, permanently anyway. He's got the control out of the portal for him for sure.
Hit the road!
Favorite type of villain? Ooh, that's a tough one. I admittedly enjoy the type of villain where you think you know what's going on with him and you have a pretty good idea with him, and it turns out you were wrong. I also really enjoy the smart villain, aka the villain who wins by basically being a good guy, if you know what I mean. And I tend to enjoy the Zaraki style of villain from Bleach, if you happen to know what I mean by that. If we assume he only ever says that once, Charlord, he's tolerable. But I'm with you. So yeah, I remember this guy from Deepholm. He's a gold mine! Do you think I've forgotten? I told you I'd get my revenge. Well, listen, maybe we can talk this out. You're both gonna burn! I'm really sorry about killing you again. Good riddance, you overblown half-baked bomb ignition. See if I ever summon you again. Okay, let's get the controller off him and use the portal to get out of here.
Don't waste my time!
Valvaxis! We survived and the portals are shut down. You don't think Magma Tooth is going to hold a grudge, do you? No, just for the next 10,000 years.
On your way!
We've had some good times. I'm really sorry to see you go, but Garona says she needs you. She says it's urgent. So, you want to grab a drink or something afterward, lady? Dude, I am way out of your league, okay?
Move it!
Zaraki is not a bad guy, no. But I use him as an example because he's the best example of that character type. Oh, that would be great, Bitmonk. You know, just the person who is so powerful and knows it. And I don't even know how to put it. It's just Zaraki. I don't know what else to call him. My X-bar is right here. 134.8 thousand out of 774.8 thousand with some rest and at 70%. I think it is actually Smilov.
I can't rest until I'm free from Cho'Gall's grasp.
Blah blah blah. Good, you're back. It's about time. We know where Cho'Gall's ultimate weapon's located.
The Twilight
While you were
Council
in the
will
mine, I was
suffer
able to
for
figure
their
out where the Hammer of
crimes.
Twilight's being kept. They created it at the Altar of Twilight to the south. More important than that, the cultists have made a critical error. Cho'Gall is personally overseeing its final construction. Many Corcoran died to bring us this information. Really? Really? Okay, let's go see the obvious trap. I mean... Yes, she does, and we never see her again until Legion. Legion spoilers, Garona's in Legion. I am assuming it's our Garona, not alternate Garona. Which is funny, because alternate Garona should be like 30 years younger. 30! I mean, I know she's part Draenei. There it is! The Hammer of Twilight. I am currently 90 and 17%. The Hammer of Twilight floats in the air, unprotected! Oh my god, it's a trap! No. I'm super shocked by this. I like how Cho'Gall's almost the size of a prawn.
Vermin!
Insects, weak and small!
Look, mortal, upon the instrument of your undoing.
The hammer! Hand of the gods below!
Forged of molten blood.
Gift of the master! His gift!
Shaped upon the last altar of storm. The Hammer of Twilight.
The Hammer of Twilight!
Commissioned by the aspect of death. It is the breaker of worlds. It is not yours to wield.
Kill the intruders! Kill them all!
What Deathwing has set in motion.
No man can stop!
No man. Least of all you, wretches.
Show them their end!
Yeah, Cho'Gall is about the size of a Gron. Think about that for a moment. And he knocks us off a cliff. Bingo, Necro. Which is funny because we can loot it. Ugh, that hurt. Get back up there and into the fight. Well, if you'd let me. But yeah, he literally drops that hammer. I have PvP'd. I'm not a huge PvPer. Thanks for the follow. But I am planning on PvPing a lot more in Legion because I like what they're doing with it. So let's see. We've got the Lady Corswin is there. She's a priest. Warlord Zayela. Hang on. I gotta spit on her real quick. Spit on Zayela. There we go. And then we've got Garona, who's of course stabbing him in the back. And us actually killing him because all y'all are worthless. Activate the altars, but avoid the deadly shadow altar. What happens at the shadow altar? Zayala has fallen. Revive her, or we will meet our end on this forsaken altar. Okay, fine. Get up. Get up. Get up. Okay, wow, this actually hurts. Holy crap. Down you go, boy. Alright. That would be kind of cool, actually, Zacharias. I kind of like that idea. Also, this is really cool. This is the last real Altar of Storms. For those who don't remember, these were a thing that was built in Warcraft 2, built out of the bones of the old giants that were dragged here into Azeroth and constructed out of fell energies. These things are what they use to empower the Ogre Magi and the Death Knights and all of those sorts of horrible things. Only a few of them were made in lore, and very, very few of them still exist in lore. I love this one because this is a Altar of Storms that has been imbued with void energies instead of fell energies. You can literally see the Elementium twisting around it like this. And that's what they used in order to empower the Twilight Hammer. So a lot went into the construction of the Twilight Hammer. probably psychotic, in all honesty. I'm at 331 item level right now.
We are Dragonmaw.
Blah, blah, blah. You did it, Velvoxus. You beat that damned Gron and sent Cho'Gall packing into the Twilight Bastion. Oh, don't worry. With your help and that of your friends, we'll get in there and kill Cho'Gall once and for all. With that, we are done with most of the quests. Whoop, 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 whoop. Don't want to do that. In Kata.
Looking for something special?
There are, actually, I say most of the quests. We're done with all the zones of Kata, but Kata didn't. There were more quests that came out in patches, not just dungeons raids. So we have 2 more bundles of quests to do. We're going to be doing this tomorrow, by the way. It's much later than I thought it was. We're going to be doing those quests tomorrow, and then we're going to be doing the endgame dungeons. And then we'll be doing the endgame raids. And we're finishing Kata tomorrow. Hopefully. I hope you'll join me for that.
Ancestors watch over you.
So I'm going to cut off the local recording right now and say goodbye to my YouTube viewers.